You've got 25 seconds.
Good morning. I declare this Kempsey Shire Council meeting open. It is the 16th of April 2024. I remind all people attending that this meeting is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. Please ensure all your devices, like mobile phones, are in silent mode. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Kenny Ring, Councillor Alexander Wyatt, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Anthony Patterson, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Scott Butterfield, and Councillor Kerry Reddington and Deputy Mayor. Council staff in attendance are Mr Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Mr Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Mr Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr Daniel Thorogood, Group Manager Governance and Information Services, and Ms Sian Hunter, Governance Officer. I would like to remind all councillors of the need to conduct ourselves with respect for this democratic decision-making process that is to be expected in a council meeting. For those watching, please understand that councillors will be accessing the meeting agenda documents on their laptops or mobile phones and sometimes making notes on them. Councillors are doing their best to be informed on the decisions that they are making here today. With that, we'll now commence the meeting. Councillor Bain, would you give us the opening prayer, please?
Marangbu, Mr Mayor. Today in our deliberations, may we have the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Riddington, would you do acknowledgement of country, please?
Marangbu, Mr Mayor. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Thungutty Dungutty Nation. We pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Thungutty Dungutty land.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Ring, would you give the acknowledgement of service men, women and families, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge servicemen, women and their families, and that next week is Anzac Day, and this date is the anniversary of Australian and New Zealand soldiers landing on the beaches of Gallipoli in 1915 as part of the Allies' invasion. We recognise that more than 1.5 million men, women who have served in all conflicts, wars and peacekeeping operations. It's also a time to remember that 103,000 Australians have lost their lives while serving in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Item 4 is apologies for absent councillors, but we're all here. Item 5, confirmation of minutes. Recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated 19th of March 2024 be confirmed. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Saul. A seconder, please. Councillor Patterson. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried and confirmed. Item 6, disclosures of interest. Any councillors or staff have disclosures of interest in matters before us? Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge a conflict of interest, non-pecuniary, non-significant, as I received a box of Rocky Road chocolates from the Country Club on the 7th of April, Low Valley, in just acknowledgement and of my support and representation of the Crescent Head community. I haven't opened them, not much to the disgust of my 3-year-old, but I will now.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. We hope for a good report on that. We now move to the 7th item on our agenda, and it's items passed by exception. I will be withdrawing 10.2 as it was a matter of address by a member of in the public forum last night, and 11.4, the delegates report on New South Wales Government, Local Government Women Association, New South Wales Conference. Are there any other withdrawals, please, before we ask questions on any remaining ones? If not, are there any questions on the items on the agenda that are about to be withdrawn? Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just asking a question on item 10.3 on asbestos management policy in relation to old buildings, the derelict buildings that contain asbestos that are on private property that people do not have the funds to remove that building or the asbestos that can and is causing a health issue. I'm just wondering, does this asbestos management policy, does it address that? It's just a question.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, it does. I think it's in item 8.4. It talks about the processes and the relevant legislation that council has under the environmental planning and also under relevant building areas to place orders for cleanup on those properties and request people to do that. Where they don't have the ability to pay for that themselves, council can do that and then obviously charge them the costs. There is at times a risk to council not being able to get that funding back. There is also the possibility at times to actually put that costs against the actual house. And when the house is sold, you may get the money back as well.
Councillors, any further questions on the other items? Councillor Bain, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Director Mitch, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to ask about the statement of cash and investments and what value our investments have earned this month, and are we performing above the benchmark?
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Mr. Mitchell, would you have a response, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Bain, I just probably need to find the exact monthly amount, which was in the detailed attachment. So I'd just give me an opportunity to find that. I think probably the key point in answering your question is that our returns on our investments continue to track above budget, which is good, and reflects, I guess, some advice and input from our investment advisor in terms of where we're placing those investments. As I've indicated in previous council meetings, we are very constrained in terms of how we can invest cash in investments. So it's relatively a low risk approach in terms of the way that we can invest in, the counterparties that we can invest in. So I guess in terms of that, though, we are achieving those returns which are above the benchmark as detailed within the attachment. I might just take on notice and come back to the exact amount for the monthly one because I can't find that right now.
My apologies for just dumping that one on you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell and Councillor Bain. Any further questions? No further questions. The recommendation is there for you on the screen. It includes 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6 and 12.1. Being in consensus, we pass by exception. So I'd like a mover, please. Councillor Riddington. Seconder, please. Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent? Declare it carried. We now come to item 8, which is a mayoral minutes. And it's a very short and to the point one. My mayoral minute is that council extends the notification period for the revised Crescent Head Holiday Park concept plan to conclude on 30th of May 2024. As a mayoral minute, I don't need a seconder. I'll very quickly speak to it. I've received a request that the submission period be extended from the 15th to the 30th from a member of the Crescent Head area who would like to have more time to put their submission in. And I would ask councillors to support this extension. Any debate?
Just a question.
Councillor Patterson, yes.
Could I ask a question through to the general manager? Does that have any implications on its delivery?
Thank you,
The
Councillor
time
Patterson.
extension?
And Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the concept plan's basically a one-page concept plan. Normally we'd exhibit that for 28 days. We've actually put that out for 42 days. So this would extend it another about 15 days from that again. On the current plan, we'd plan to put that to the June council meeting. It would then come to the July council meeting, given pushing it out to the end. Doesn't have any real impact on the staff in that way. It's just that it'll be a month later being delivered to council.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Councillor Bain.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move a procedural motion to move item 11.1 up on the agenda because we have a large public gallery who are, I believe that they are here for 11.1, and it would be good we can deal with that and they don't have to sit through the rest of the business in the council meeting. Of course, they're welcome to if they wish to.
Just confirming, yes, 11.1 is the rescission motion, Crescent Head Foreshore Community Advisory Group terms of reference and EOI. Procedural motion as we move it to the next item on the agenda. Is there any discussion? We need a seconder, of course. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Any dissent? No dissent. Thank you. I declare it carried. That procedural motion means we now deal with 11.1, rescission motion. It's been signed by Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Bain and myself. And its purpose is to rescind the previous decision of the March meeting and replace it with the staff recommendation as I remember it. So, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move it, please?
Yes, please.
Right, Councillor?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, you want?
Oh, okay. I thought I don't need a seconder. Yeah.
You do need a second, so you're moving it?
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Bain, second. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. You want to speak to it?
Yes, please. Yep. Thank you. So I'm very unwell. I'm doing my best with a very foggy head. Anyway, we need to make an informed decision, and we need to silence the noise and remove the emotion and toxicity and use the principles of what it means to me to be a councillor. And for that is listening to our community, using our own moral codes around democratic decision making, authentic community engagement, transparency, and bringing in my own professional skills. So I've done a bit of an investigation report because I do have three rather fancy looking bits of parchment from universities that say that I can. So I thought I would give it a go. Firstly, I just want to, we know there's a suite of documents that have been done at Crescent Head. The master plan of 2017, domain plan of 2020, local planning statement of 2020, and the growth character statement of 2023. And as part of that, there was a traffic management plan of 2019. The key findings of that were conflicts between vehicles accessing the beachside car park and the holiday park, and conflict with pedestrians due to the layout of the car park, the roundabout, and vehicle queuing. And second one was lack of information about parking availability and capacity at the entrance to the reserve road, which leads to unnecessary queuing, cruising for parking and queuing. and a lack of demand for parking in the peak months, of which is only a few. In that plan, figure 4 summarises a whole list of mitigation measures, none of which refer to a loop road through the golf course, and none of which talk about having more roads into that area to deal with the parking. And that's a report that council paid for. So I've done a bit of engineering as well. I've done a bit of consulting with a civil engineer just to get an idea of what a road might look like. And I've got, at the minimum, we've got a 3 metre wide single lane road with curbs on either side. There's no pedestrians, no parking, and some stopping signs on each. That's the minimum. And then we sort of increase from there, going where we can add a pedestrian walkway that makes it 5.5 metres wide. Might have there's construction cost associated with that, more possibility of golf ball strikes for that. We can then add parallel parking on either side, like that, parallel parking. That would increase the easement by about 3.5, bringing it to about 9.5 metres wide. It's getting quite wide. We could add angle parking because it actually brings more parking, could go in behind the caravan park there. That brings it up to about 9.5 metres wide. And then if we added a pedestrian car park along there, a pedestrian walkway, which you kind of would if we're having car parking, that brings it to about a 10 metre width wide. And that doesn't actually, that's just the pavement. It doesn't allow for any curvature, which would be required in that road to provide, large caravans, and some of them are enormous. Delivery trucks, garbage trucks. There's no accounting there for the cutting, battering, road drainage and stormwater flows. Just on the community, so Councillor Patterson stated as a councillor in the last meeting, he has extensive discussions with residents and ratepayers during his really long term as a councillor. Just in the last few weeks, we've had confirmation from Michael Kent that he only received 2 emails and 2 conversations. Excuse me, can you put that timing back up? Yeah. We also had a petition of 100% of business owners that say they don't want a road. We had about 450 people at the public meeting on Sunday and about 1,280 signatures, all saying that they wanted the golf course retained. Councillor Patterson's been a councillor for a really long time and has a front row seat at the table for all of the strategic plans and the master plan, the domain plan, all of that. But today's council in 2024, with us councillors at the table, this current community of businesses, leaders, workers, visitors, residents, they do not want this road. They say no to the road. I just want to talk about 3 concepts around principles of landscape management. One is limits of acceptable change. And this is how much change and hardening of the landscape are we willing to accept to meet our needs. Positive and negative outcomes of that. You can put a boardwalk over a wetland, that's a good thing, but is putting a hard surface on a golf course, is that a good thing? Carrying capacity is about how much that land will tolerate. That land is quite stressed. There are places around New South Wales that have actually reached its carrying capacity and you can't get there anymore. Byron Bay Lighthouse, you can't drive up there or park up there. Watergoes Beach, Seal Rocks, Hyams Beach, all places where you just cannot get there because the capacity is, it's full, basically. When we go to Westfield, we don't ring up Westfield and say, look, actually I need some more parking because I couldn't get there when I wanted to go shopping. It's full, it's full. And the opportunity spectrum is like a spectrum of experiences based on market segments. It's basically finding that sweet spot of where if the change is too much, then displacement of users will occur. And it's about avoiding that niche. We've had a local, I'll just leave it there and go to the rest later because I've just run out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Use your summary to speak again. Councillor Riddington, please, but before I ask Councillor Riddington to speak, I'd like to ask a question of the General Manager. At the March meeting, Mr. General Manager, you said that the report could be done in-house. Could you now give us an estimate of the time needed to prepare this report, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the rescission motion is defeated and it goes back to the resolution of last month, we've had some discussions internally already about what this would look like. What Council requested was to bring back a report if a ring road was possible and to keep a modified 6-hole PGA rated golf course, and what are the positives and negatives of such a thing in relation to movements, road and pedestrian safety, car parking. We would hold very quickly an internal session with key relevant staff where we'd be able to develop those pros and cons very, very quickly. We've had obviously significant feedback already from the community to put into that assessment, and we anticipate we'd get that report back to the May Council meeting, and it would probably take somewhere between 10 and 30 hours of staff time collectively to actually produce that.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Whittington, please.
Should I ask procedural motion, sir?
You want to move a procedural motion?
Yeah, just if we go into committee of a whole. For to talk on this topic opens the debate up a little bit more.
You certainly can move that, Councillor Patterson. You move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Saul. I put the motion. Is there any dissent? Dissenting? No?
I'm dissenting, yeah.
Yeah, okay. One dissent. Thank you. I declare it carried. Councillor Whittington, you're still called to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Wyatt for the rescission motion. I'd also like to thank Councillor Bain and the Mayor for supporting that rescission motion. I was not able to attend the March meeting, and for that, I think it's really unfortunate. I do not support the original motion. I support the rescission motion. I have listened extensively to the community. I've listened extensively to the arguments from the golf club about retaining the one and only Australian PGA accredited 6-hole golf course, the absolute icon status of that golf course at Crescent Head, including one of the best breaks in the world, surf breaks in the world. I really don't know why we're having this debate at all, because I thought we put this to bed back in September, and I thought that it was off the table. And I was really quite concerned that the traffic report was adduced in a council meeting to put the link road back on the table. So from my point of view, I would really, really like to support the 21-year lease from the Country Club. I would also like to ask the General Manager a question, please, if I may, Mr Mayor, through you.
Yes.
Mr General Manager, how long do you reckon it'd take to get that lease signed?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, it will still take a number of months to get that signed under either scenario. It'll basically take the same period of time. The first step, which is being developed at the moment, are the terms of reference for the valuation. The valuation needs to be undertaken. The plan of management needs to be finalised with Crown Lands, and then we'd be able to actually get that lease signed. We would be hopeful that under whatever the circumstances, we'd like to see the lease signed before the end of this year. That would be in the ideal situation.
Thank you very much, because I think that gives certainty and surety to the Country Club for the investment that they have foreshadowed that they were going to make for the community, including the grant for the Emergency Evacuation Centre, which unfortunately was front and centre from this debate brought up from the March meeting and from the federal member, Pat Conahan. Was very disappointed in the fact that the council were going to put the link road back on the table. So in short, I support the rescission motion and I support the community, and I thank you very much for all coming out. I appreciate it a lot, and I support the Country Club, and I'm really strongly advocating to sign this lease by at least the end of the year, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Do you have any other speakers? Councillor Bain, please.
Maringboo, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Patterson for the great learning I had in the March meeting on, I thought I knew about governance and meeting practice, but wow, to move a motion where the main thrust was about signing a lease, a 21-year lease for the Country Club, and then amending it and accepting their own amendment, which is to bring up a ring road, which again, as Councillor Whittington said, I thought had been put to bed in September last year, is quite Wow, awesome. While under our code, I acknowledge that under our code of meeting practice and legislation that it's legal. I also believe that it may be seen as morally and ethically questionable. There were some unintended outcomes.
Point of order, sir. I can't.
Yes, what is your point of order, please?
He just stated that it's unethical to bring up a point which I brought up in council about this exact thing about looking at the possibilities, pros and cons, and how is that unethical? Point of order.
It was his point of view, his opinion. So I don't accept your point of order, Councillor Patterson. But Councillor,
May I speak? May I speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
no, you may not. I've made a ruling. Okay, and the ruling is that you can express your opinion, but you cannot attribute any unethical behaviour to any individual councillor. Okay, because that crosses a line. And I presume you were talking about the way council meetings operate, and that's why I have ruled the way I've ruled.
Mr. Mayor.
That opinion, Councillor Saul, you wish to add something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in your opinion, you don't believe Councillor Patterson has been demeaned by that comment?
No, he has not. He was a general comment from Councillor Bain about the way the rules are and how they amendments can be moved. And it's his opinion on the rules, not on Councillor Patterson's.
Didn't have mentioned my name there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So because of this resolution of the March meeting, there's some unintended outcomes. Firstly, the federal funding for an evacuation centre and community hub has been seriously put at risk. As councillors are aware who have been on council for a long time, but also have been in business for a long time, the security of tenure is really important, particularly in getting a loan in order for the country club to do their part of this construction. So this decision has delayed the lease and is going to have an impact on this federal funding. I spoke to Senator Bridget McKenzie at what was supposed to be a sod turning, and she said this presents significant reputational risk for Kempsey Shire. She said that many other communities had applied for money under that same funding. Kempsey Shire Crescent Head Country Club was successful in getting the funding and now is at risk of losing it because they can't meet their timelines. They need long-term secure tenure. Unintended outcome is a loss of trust with our community, trust which has been fairly vulnerable and has been, I believe we've been rebuilding the situation. I believe that the surprise of what happened in the March meeting has resulted in a loss of trust with community, and it also supports the propagation of conspiracy theories that council have got hidden agendas and plans, and it's just fed an unnecessary communication. There is a process that, as a new councillor, I've been learning about in the last couple of years. There's an opportunity to use what's called a plan on a page, right? If we want to investigate something, or we want to get something on the agenda, or in the operational plan for the next year, we can put in a plan on a page and we can have an idea. And we can put that forward, and that helps to get it in the mix. There is a notice of motion where we can put up a notice of motion to council, and that gives pre-warning of what we're going to be discussing. So that means community can come and speak at public forum, people can know what's going on. It's a good, transparent, open form of governance. The plan of management has nothing about a ring road in it. This came somewhere out of left field that I'm still quite confused about. So I would urge my colleagues to rescind this motion, return to the original motion, which I mean, I attempted to amend it to improve community, to increase community engagement on it, but that was defeated again. But at least that we rescind the motion and get on with that absolutely important point of making the lease a priority, getting the lease signed, so that gives the country club security of tenure and long-term planning for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Patterson was next to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points. I'd like to speak a few times. One of the first things I want to say to my fellow councillors who think that I have and the community that think that I have a behind the scenes direction to get rid of the golf course out at Crescent Head and to put in jeopardy the funding for the evacuation centre, I can put that to sleep right now and say that I represent the community. The community gave me the idea to bring this up. The community of Crescent Head. The community of Crescent Head, the meeting that I attended in 2017 on the headland, where the Mayor Leo Horville also attended, who also discussed the ring road idea with me on site when the community brought that up. As a community member myself, as a councillor elected by the whole community, I will not be intimidated to bring up any idea. There's nothing in the motion that's before us that says we are going to go and put a shovel in the ground and dig a road. By the way, what does that road look like? What's the implications of it positively, negatively? My first question through to the General Manager, if that's all right, Mr. Horville, is a 6-hole PGA rated golf course capable of having a ring road, which we don't even know what it looks like? Has there been any investigation or any reports from I suppose the PGA Rating Association, Mr. General Manager? Is this possible to have a 6-hole PGA rated golf course at Crescent Head with an amendment to a road, if it was possible?
Additional road.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, at this stage, because the rescission motion was put into council, we haven't done any detailed assessment of that. We do have, there's a couple of possible routes that a ring road could take. We do have some advice from Golf New South Wales in relation to how PGA rating status is actually undertaken, but we haven't acted on any of that until after today's council meeting to see what would actually occur. There's certainly golf courses all around Australia that have roads adjacent to them. There's, 9-hole par 3 golf courses that are rated like at 54, where this is 63, I think. So those sorts of things are all possible, but we haven't done the analysis on that. Should the rescission motion be lost, then that's the work we do and bring back information to council on that.
Thank you. A further question, through to the General Manager, Mayor, would be, it was stated by our federal member that the funding for an evacuation centre would be put in jeopardy because of this report, no shovels, just a report. Would that be any truth in that it's put in jeopardy?
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have access to the actual deed to be really clear on that. As I outlined to my response to Councillor Riddington before, under either circumstance, whether this report comes back to council or doesn't come back to council, the timing for the lease is the same. So if it was around the timing of the lease, then it wouldn't jeopardise the funding because that doesn't move if this report's come back to council.
Thank you. But a couple of further questions, and I'm basing this off Councillor Wyatt's introduction of informed decision making. How can we have an informed decision making based on someone's report that this is what the road's going to look like? Is it a council report from Councillor Wyatt? I don't think so. Further to that, this seemed to all start from a lack of information to the community on the actual motion. First off, I would like to ask, not first off, probably third question, through to the general manager, did the country club contact you to ask any information regarding this road after the last meeting? Regarding the implications of this is a possibility of a road. Did he ask you that? Did you get any information, given them any information back to the country club?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr General Manager, please.
Get through, Mr Mayor. No.
So they haven't contacted you and they haven't asked you for any.
That was his answer. Yes.
Thank you. So once again, I want to say to our councillors, especially those young councillors and those proposing to be councillors, that intimidation by people to make decisions for the future of our community should not be taken. Councillor Wyatt is having a discussion today about intimidation, etc., for female councillors, which I'm looking forward to hear. But intimidation by misinformation to the community that a ring road is what we're doing, when it was not at all what we're doing, looking into an investigation into the pros and cons of the management of that whole area. I was asked to represent that we need to look at the Crescent Head community holistically. The country club, the golf course, the caravan park, the parking. I was at the meeting and the mayor was at the meeting when we were asked on the headland to look at that holistically. I was expecting, and I am expecting, the report back to council will bring that so we can manage this holistically. If you design in silos, it's silos you end up with. So I am supporting the original motion that I put through, that we get a report back that puts it to bed once and for all, that looking at our options moving forward for the problems with parking in Crescent Head, for the changeovers of the caravan park, for the influx of the extra 100 houses of population that we are going to have out at Crescent Head because they're being built right now. We need to look towards the future and question that and put ideas out there. The minute we stop doing that, that's when we should stop being here as councillors representing the community for the future.
Councillor Patterson, thank you very much for that. I'd just like to clarify for you, if I can, the idea that you're saying that you're being intimidated. People in our democracy have a right to express their opinion. If you feel intimidated by people telling you they disagree with you, well, it's democracy, it's not intimidation. So in any way you felt intimidated, I must congratulate you, by the way, turning up to the public meeting on the 7th of April at Crescent Head Country Club. If you felt intimidated then by people yelling at you, that was wrong and shouldn't have happened. But you must acknowledge that the majority of people are expressing an opinion, and you should not be saying that they intimidate you by expressing an opinion. Would you agree with me on that?
I wasn't myself intimidated. I was stating the fact that young people and new councillors may be intimidated when bringing up ideas at council. And I will add to the fact that after that meeting, I stayed around for 20 minutes. The media never came and asked me any questions about it. The Argus didn't turn up. Hardly anyone in the community came to me and asked me questions about what procedure or what the council was actually doing. But I will tell you one thing. I had phone calls from the Crescent Head community, from people who are looked up to in the Crescent Head community, who thanked me for going there and representing council's position, the truthful position, and that is that we're not digging a road.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Cutting up.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I asked you, my question was to you, majority of people are expressing an opinion and that's democratic right. Do you agree that they have that right?
Everyone has that right to express that opinion.
Thank you very much.
Everyone, especially that percentage of.
So we can't paint everyone who disagrees with you as intimidating. Thank you. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Patterson covered a lot of what I was going to talk about, but just for those that weren't here yesterday, just in regards of some of the information maybe misleading or misrepresented to this motion, just through the General Manager, could you please explain again to those who weren't present at the public forum yesterday, as on the facts for this motion, please.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. The matters I referred to last evening were tried to clarify the facts around the council resolution of the March meeting. So firstly, it's a very clear commitment from the staff and the councillors that the council enter into a 21-year lease with the country club for a 6-hole PGA rated golf course. That is very, very clear and could not be disputed, even though people put out misleading information to the community to the contrary. Secondly, the council voted for a report to come back that presented the pros and cons of the loop road and if it could coexist with a 6-hole PGA rated golf course. So for council, it was either a golf course or a golf course in the road. It was never a road and no golf course. That was very, very clear. Thirdly, the staff recommendation was very clear as well. That staff recommendation came through after us going through our normal processes of analysing information, putting together the report, and the senior leadership team collectively believing that that is what we need to recommend to council. The next point I mentioned was that we've been working continuously for the last 5 or 6 years with the country club on a new lease. It's been explained and set out to the country club on numerous occasions. The first step of that is the Crown Lands Plan of Management. Despite council being one of only very, very few councils in the state to actually get their draft plans of management in on time, it wasn't until early last year we started to get information back from Crown Lands seeking clarification on those areas. And they're plans of management that cover all of our Crown Lands that we actually manage across the entire Shire. That is now coming to a conclusion, and hence the reason we put the report up in March with the staff recommendation to enter into a lease so we can continue that whole process. While staff provide recommendations at a council meeting, the council has the right and the responsibility to assess what's actually put there and to make changes to those recommendations they determine. That is not uncommon with this council. It's something that has happened on quite a number of occasions, and it is not anything unusual. It happens on a regular basis. That is what happened in March, and that is actually democracy at work. Today, we see democracy at work again while you're making a discussion and having to make a decision about the rescission motion. Whatever the council resolve, the staff, as we always do, will implement that decision. It's what we paid to do and what we committed to always doing. And I think the final point I really made was that the councillors in this case are actually acting as the Crown Reserve manager, which gives them a higher level of responsibility because they're not just looking at the interests of the Crescent Head community or the entire Shire. They're looking at the interests of the entire people of New South Wales. It's actually the Crown land is owned by the people of New South Wales, not just by individual communities or sections of that community. So that puts a higher level of responsibility on the councillors to do that. So we just tried to clarify those points because there had been a huge amount of misinformation and disinformation circulated in the community over the last 4 weeks that created a whole range of unnecessary angst and anger in the community that was, just totally unnecessary because it was very clear the council position.
Councillor Butterfield, any further?
Thank you. No, that's all, thanks.
Right, thank you. We've got Councillor Bain, then Councillor Ring, then Councillor Ferguson, and Councillor Wyatt after that. Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Maringboo, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Patterson that we need a holistic approach to look at managing the problem of traffic congestion. I think there's a whole range of potential solutions, some of which were outlined by speakers at the public forum, but it's actually not up to public to decide on how the NRMA are operating, but hey, it's a good idea. So I would suggest that if we do want to do a holistic solution, that we expand or include the terms of reference for Holiday Park, the golf course and the parking area, that the terms of reference, as I moved at the last March meeting but was unsuccessful, but I agree, Councillor Patterson, we want that holistic approach with ideas from local people that live in the local area. I'd also note respectfully that there was discussion supporting the 21-year lease, but the actual where the rubber hits the road with council is the resolution, and the resolution only notes the strong community support. It doesn't say that we're going to, continue working on the lease. In fact, because of the rescission motion, everything kind of goes into pause, and it's we've just lost a month, a valuable month, I believe. But that's my point. I agree with the holistic approach, but I'm also concerned that we have not sent a clear message. Third point, that yes, the misinformation, the conspiracy theories, the fear and distrust have resulted from what I believe was an inappropriate way of bringing up this matter that could have been done more transparently through a notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to note earlier in your speech, Councillor Bain, that you said that business tenure and experience was something that, like, you alluded to it being necessary for making a decision in this case. And I really think that you really discounted people sitting at this table, whether you wanted to or not. So I just urge you to be more thoughtful when you're using those words. And I just have a few questions. So I just want to confirm that the rescission motion is from the earlier motion in March that was put forward by staff.
So yes, so the rescission motion is that the motion that was the rescission motion is to
the original motion by
withdraw the decision of March, and that's what a rescission motion is. That's what we'll be voting on. If that is successful, then the proposal is to go back to the original recommendation that's on the screen at the moment, Councillor Ring.
And I just want to confirm that this ring road came up in September last year. That's been talked about. Yep. And has the community been able to formally engage with council on this matter?
Manager?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's been nothing formally developed in terms of a possible ring road. There's no concept plan that council has developed for that. So there's been no engagement with the community on it. And I think that was what was, from my understanding, that was the purpose of the meeting or the resolution of council last month, was to actually have something that could be looked at possibly by the community in the future.
So if it's come up in September, it's come up again now, and there's still been no opportunity for the community to formally engage through council channels, i.e. go out on exhibition, have the opportunity to do that. Is there means that this will just keep coming up, whether it's a notice of motion, whether it's an amendment at another meeting?
Still a manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. I think if the rescission motion is defeated today and we go back to the original motion from last month, we would bring a report back to the May Council meeting. That would give you the pros and cons of that. If that says the two can't coexist, end of the story. It's been looked at and finished and shouldn't actually come back to the council. If it says they can coexist, then council would have to determine what they did with that information, which would probably be, let's go and talk to the community about it. And then you'd have a discussion about those sorts of things.
Order.
It would be up to there. If the rescission motion gets up today, then I think the council also has a clear indication, at least from the Crescent Head community, about their feelings about that ring road. So I can't see it again coming back to the council in the future.
Councillor Ring, anything further? Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick procedural question about this firstly, if I may. If this rescission motion gets up, do we then re-vote on the original, or is that just we do? Okay.
So what happens if the rescission motion is successful? It means that the decision from the March council meeting is null and void. We go back to the original recommendation that's in the rescission motion itself, which was the original motion from a recommendation from the staff.
And then we discuss that and vote on that as well. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just another question, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yep. The council staff original recommendation that didn't have the loop road in it, can I just ask staff of why they put that up with no loop road in the first place?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We had quite lengthy discussions about it internally about what was the best way forward. and looking at all the things that we actually saw, the need to ensure that we gave the country club some commercial security in terms of their future loans and the redevelopment. Council actually provided a support letter for their extension for the grant they got from the federal government, while the primary school is actually the designated evacuation centre in Crescent Head. The country club does offer a far better option for that in an emergency. So council was quite supportive of that. So we wanted to see that continue to proceed. And, I guess a range of those things lead to us. We believed from a staff point of view, what we recommended was the best way forward. But as we've seen last month and on quite a number of occasions, councillors do have the right to change that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White, followed by Councillor Riddington, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just got a couple of points, if I may. Firstly, Councillor Patterson, can you just maybe confirm, or maybe the General Manager can confirm, but one of the talks that you had just a minute ago, you said that the community thanked him for representing council's position. Is the Loop Road council's position?
Not at this time.
So can
Once the
we correct
rescission motion
record?
came in,
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
it's been suspended. My mistake.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the current council position is the resolution that was last March. That is their council position.
Righto.
Yep.
Yep.
If I just clarify
Yes,
and
please.
exactly what the Mayor was doing, we stopped working on it when we received the rescission motion, but it is still the council position until whatever is determined today.
That's good. I just wanted to be clear with the nomenclature. There's
you for that.
so much little snippets of information going out there. It's fact. It's just fact. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the planning process. So Councillor Patterson said that this came up in 2017 on a headland, and the Mayor was there. Since 2017, there's been huge suite of planning documents. We've had the Master Plan 2017. We've had the Crescent Head Domain Plan 2020. We've had the Character Statement Plan 2020. We've had the Growth Character Statement 2023. We've got the Crown Land Plan and Management 2023-24. There has been lots of opportunity for this to be investigated in any one of those processes. We had the Traffic Management Plan, which was part of that big suite of documents in 2019, of which there are 12 recommendations, none of which have a loop road or introducing a road into that precinct. So are we now saying, and we talk about holistic management, are we now saying that planning, we got it wrong? Because it was raised in 2017, and it should have been addressed in all of those processes. It did not come up in the traffic management plan. So are we making a mockery of hundreds of thousands of planning documents, thousands of hours of engaging with the community? There was another question too. Has the community been officially aware of this? I have received emails from the community dated last year where they have been given information about a loop road. Not that it is on the table or it isn't, but it's most definitely out there in the community. My third point is, if this is an indication that the community doesn't want it, I don't know what is. Like, what will change if we say, yep, let's do an investigation report, let's put it out into the community? What will change? Thirdly, in terms of the community opposition, I'm just going on statistics here. Let's just say we've got 1,280 people that are opposed to this, and we have one person that dissented at that meeting. That represents a percentage of 0.078% of dissent. Pretty small. And then we've got two people that made a representation to Michael Kemp. Now, we don't know what they said. All of that, they may have just said traffic is a problem, or they may have said we want the loop road. Regardless, that represents 0.15%. So like less than 1% of engagement. They don't want the loop road. Again, if that's not a community engagement, well, I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what is. And the third thing is, if there was a mechanism for councils to undertake a detailed inquiry of how decisions were made, I would fully support that, because there is so much misinformation. There is information out there. I don't know what is fact. I hardly don't know, like around the edges, what is fact, what is fiction, what is happening behind closed doors, who is talking to whom, what on earth is going on? Was it raised in 2017? Was it only raised in 2013? Like, when is this? And I'm sort of suggesting that we do know the community don't want this road. It will have an impact, as we've talked about here, about the economic impact. And yeah, I don't know what community consultation is. And I think if we don't adhere to those planning documents, then it just makes a mockery. It makes a complete and utter mockery of all of the planning. And I just want to ask 3 questions, if I may, around the Crown Land Management Act, which so council are Crown Land managers of that reserve. So the Crown Land Management Act, section 313 talks about Crown Land managers appointment instrument. I can't find one, so I don't know what that instrument says that land must be managed for. It also says that there are Crown Land rules, which is a requirement of how that land was managed. I can't find what those rules are either. The Act also says that we're required to manage that land as if it were community land under the Local Government Act. And it also says that it can only become operational land with the permission of the minister. The category of that reserve there is sports ground and community land. Are roads permitted on community land, or is a road an operational land only?
Mr. General Manager.
Yes, roads are permitted on community land. We see that regularly, have roads and car parks on community land, on their sports fields and things like that. There's no exemption from that.
Would this road then be classified as like a public road under the Roads Act? I mean, those other roads that you talk about having roads on community land, are they actually public roads gazetted under the Roads Act?
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, it would be a road for public use, and it would more than likely be gazetted under the Public Roads Act. The finer details of that I'd need to just actually clarify, but it is a public road, as we have many public roads on Crown land.
And like I said, I can't find what the management conditions, like the management instrument or the rules, but would a road be allowed? Would a road be permissible through sports grounds? If the Crown Lands Act says that it should be managed as sports grounds, I'm wondering, in that list of management rules, would a road be permitted to be put in as a sports ground?
Mr. General Manager.
Yes, the roads and car parks are often in and on the edges of sports facilities. It's quite common.
Because I just really seem to recall from last year when the Crescent Head community came to council with that 13-metre proposal around the taking a bit of that extra proposal around the around the caravan park there. And one of the reasons for not being able to do that was because of the rules around the caravan park. So I was just wondering whether the rules around a sports ground are the same as the rules around the caravan park. Because my understanding, my interpretation was that we couldn't take that 13 metres because it was against the rules of the caravan park lease. So I'm just wondering, I was just trying to draw the same conclusion, which is clearly different rules, different sets of rules.
Mr. General Manager will try and explain the differences. Councillor White.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the discussion around the taking of the land of the caravan park was the potential impact that has on the reduction of the impact on the actual management of the facility. It was taking areas that was already in a lease that had actually been given, and the caravan park, or all of our parks, are one area where council actually makes money that actually goes back into all of our Crown reserves and saves our ratepayers considerable amounts of money in terms of the ongoing maintenance of those reserves. So it was a very different reasoning for not taking that land than putting a road through the edge of the holiday park, at the back of the holiday park.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, you finished? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question is a procedural one, and my apologies for not being at the March meeting, but I'd just like to get some clarity for myself and for the community. Was it the staff that put this notice of motion up? As
A recommendation, it's not a notice of motion.
A recommendation. Was it the staff? I thought it was a councillor
No.
drawing on the traffic committee.
No, the recommendation came from staff, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, yeah. The recommendation in the report was from staff, but what was finally resolved was put forward by Councillor Patterson and supported by councillors.
Okay, thank you. So in any kind of report, just for clarity and for procedural correctness, in any kind of report that any council staff put up, we can make amendments to it and flag a notice of motion.
Well, no, you don't flag a notice of motion.
What do you do? Like, tell me.
You can amend any recommendation, and this council does and has
Yep.
and will, because it's a recommendation, but councillors are the final decision makers as a majority. And that's what happened at the March council meeting.
Yep, I get that. Thank you. I just wanted that very clear for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bain and then Councillor White
Just
again.
a quick question to follow up that procedural question. I believe it's not acceptable to amend a motion to be completely opposite of what the intention of the motion was. So, for example, if I was to move the motion, today's motion on the 10.2 on the wetlands, and then amend it to not sell it, I can't do it directly opposite.
You
Is
can't do
is
that. You're correct, Councillor Bain. It can't happen. You can't move a motion that's in direct opposite to what's there. Councillor White.
Just following up from Councillor Riddington, yes, I agree that it's a council motion, but 6.2 of the Traffic Committee report, Crescent Head Foreshore congestion, clearly says that local member representative had received concerns for the community, and the committee chair advised that this is an initiative currently being investigated by council staff, noting there are a few constraints involving land ownership and impacts, and the committee's recommendation is that this committee noted and as a matter for council's further consideration. So no, it hasn't. I mean, there's a link there.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'd now like to put my view, if I could, Councillor Patterson, then I'll come to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm actually supporting the rescission motion because the number one thing is the original recommendation from the staff was to take on the 21-year lease negotiations with the country club about the golf course and the Crown land. So that recommendation was well thought out. A lot of the time we've got to consider the staff recommendation and say, from our perspective as community representatives, something needs to change. And for me, I didn't have any of that information that the community wanted the ring road. So that's my number one point. Staff recommendations should be supported unless there's a really good reason not to support it. As we've already found out from my question to the General Manager, it's going to cost at least, I think, 10 to 30 hours of staff time. Here we are talking about a cost that those staff would be taken off other work to come up with a concept plan for the ring road. That is time that's taken away from their other work. It's not a nil cost because it's done in-house. It is a cost in time, and it's a cost to other work that's being undertaken. The community has already, in many ways, asked councillors that they don't support the ring road. We are elected to represent the community and also the best interest of Kempsey Shire. So there's a dilemma for us councillors. We have to look to the future, as Councillor Patterson has said, but we also have to look to what the community want. And it's a balancing act that it's not easy, and it's your decision as individual councillors on your individual vote. And I say to each of you, consider your vote carefully. It's your vote. You cannot come into a council meeting, as Councillor Bain had said before, with a predetermined decision that you've taken in concert with other councillors. It's actually against the code of conduct for you to have a caucus decision, except for when voting on the deputy mayor's position. You can come in as a group and vote in a certain way there. So to each of my councillors, I say to you, it's your decision. Please vote in which way you think best represents what the community needs and what the community wants and what's best for the community into the future. Not an easy decision, and being a councillor is not an easy job. I understand it. I know there's a challenge, but it's your vote. And make your individual vote, in my opinion, on what you think, not what other people might think. Councillor Patterson, you wish to add, please?
Thank you. Yeah. Just bring up on that came from Councillor Bain, possibly Councillor Wyatt, on the where did this recommendation come from? How come it's not a majority of the community? I'm just trying to understand that. Do I need to have or do we as councillors need to have a certain number of people that make representations to us to bring it to council? Like the mayor today bringing his mayoral minute that was supported by one member of the community, asked you to change that date, to extend the date 14 days out. One member of the community.
He represented an organisation, by the way.
One member. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I can't, and like I said at the meeting the other day at Crescent Head, that as a member of the traffic committee, I will bring things to the traffic committee that have been represented to me by one person, 10 people or 100 people. It could be a pothole in the street at Crescent Head. It could be a speeding zone in West Kempsey. It could be Southwest Rocks disability parking. I will make that representation, and I will not wait for 20 people or a certain number of people to come to me to make that representation. I had representation to me in 2017 on possibilities of the future. I had of Crescent Head and parking, the foreshore, and what are we to do about it? A representative of the community who is an architect said to me, why don't we look at the whole thing holistically? That's what this recommendation is starting to do. What does the ring road look like? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? Through to the general manager. Mayor, can I ask that? What does a ring road look like? Because everyone seems to know. What's the options? What does it look like?
Well, I suggest that the report that you've requested would make us have more clarity on what it looks like. There's nothing definite yet, as you know, Councillor Patterson.
Okay, so
yeah, but if your position is supported, we will have a concept plan back to us.
That comes back to us with community consultation, and that community consultation needs to involve the whole community under the fact that we are Crown Land managers. Crown Land is owned by all of New South Wales, all of the population in New South Wales.
Councillor Patterson, could I just correct one thing you said there? The report back in your successful motion at the March Council meeting doesn't require community reports. What the General Manager said in outlining that before is that it'll come back to Council, and part of that would be a consultation with the community. It's not yet going to be done in this report, okay?
The question through, could I ask it through to the General Manager that in this request that I put in for a report that would not happen?
Mr. General Manager has already spoken on this, but he could say it again.
Yeah, through you, the resolution of Council is quite clear that should we do that, we would actually bring back a report outlining the pros and cons. We would speak with the Country Club in doing that. The Country Club have made their views very clear already and written to us with that as well. That would then have a report back to Council. We're not in a position to do consultation on that prior to that May meeting. As I said, I think in response to Councillor Ring's question before, if something like that came back and if Council decided that it wanted to pursue further the ring road, then you would undertake consultation.
So that, speaking about planning and future planning and structure planning, that is the direction we should take for any planning. We should put an idea together. We should put it on paper. Like Mr. Ryan took to the community 2017-ish multi-story self-contained over 55s dwellings that was going to be built where the putt-putt golf course is, just like that. Just like bringing a actual design that's then going to be put to the community, not a what if, what could be, we're not sure. Once again, we need to look at the future, and you know, we've got support from Michael Kemp, who is representing of the state government.
Order.
So in this, I know we're still in committee of the whole, but the amendment, I wish to put an amendment through on the motion that is existing.
You can't at this time. The
No,
rescission
I
motion
can
before
talk
us.
about it. I can talk about it.
No, we're only discussing the rescission motion, Councillor Patterson.
Yep. Well, I think just to make sure and just to clarify once again, can I ask this through to the General Manager? What is Council's position in signing a 21-year lease with the Country Club with a 6-hole PGA rated golf course? What is Council's position at the current time?
Councillor Patterson, Mr. General Manager has already stated that, but I'll ask him to do it again, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the council position, and I think the discussion last month made it clear that it was very clear all 9 councillors supported entering into a 21-year lease with the Country Club. That was very, very clear to the staff from the discussion. And I believe whatever happens, whether the rescission motion gets up or doesn't get up, that's a very, very clear position of council that we enter into that lease. We will continue to develop the valuation process, go through that. We would end up surveying the area that needs to be that lease, and then we'd actually get on with that lease.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, something further?
Yeah, just the other thing that came from the community meeting the other day at Crescent Head, I was approached by a community member to look at formulating a 50-year future planning of Crescent Head. What is it going to look like? What does the community want? Where will it be? So I thank the community for thinking, that part of the community for thinking about the future. We need which council has a plan for Crescent Head, the master plan, but that through to the General Manager once again, that I believe goes out 10 and 20 years. Is that correct, Mr. General Manager?
2042 plan, haven't we?
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, the council's planning, I guess there's, depending on what part of the planning you really want to talk about, that there is a range of different years those planning documents actually go out to. So if there's something specific, we may be able to give you a specific date that might go out to.
So I'm just getting upon planning. Planning needs to be looked at in the future, just like the second bridge in Kempsey has been talked about for 20 years, and that is coming to fruition eventually. We need to be discussing about the needs, the safety, the community, and the wants of our whole shire, looking into the future and not putting a stop sign.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bain, please.
Martingbu, Mr. Mayor. If I may ask Councillor Patterson a couple of questions. I understand he can choose not to answer them.
He may choose not to answer them. That's the rule. Yes.
In 2017, you indicated you became aware of this issue. Why has it not been put into any of the planning documents? Why hasn't it been brought up as a notice of motion? Why isn't it on the books?
Mr. Councillor Patterson, you wish to answer that?
Yeah, I'll answer it. Yeah. From 2017 to present date, Crescent Head communities had to deal with lots of changes, changes to the caravan park, lots of changes to the business district, lots of changes. There was talk about and I don't know if Councillor Bain, you were on council at the time, when the actual parking on the headland itself at Crescent Head was going to be gone completely. It was going back to green space. There was going to be cabins along the foreshore along that space at Crescent Head. So Crescent Head was looking in silos. Crescent Head was looking, council was looking, I was part of that council, what we can do at the caravan park separately. What can we do with the parking separately? What can we do to manage that? So that hasn't been brought up because that has been a holistically view that I believe now is the time. A 21-year lease is going to be signed with council by 2027. Is that right? 2027, is that when the lease needs to be signed by?
Yes.
So holistically, we may be able to align all those leases so we can have, there may be movement in the caravan park and the golf course. There may be movement in the caravan park and possible parts of the park that are run by the surf club. There could be some give and take everywhere. So we need to align all those things to look in the future, and that's a route.
That doesn't, I don't feel that answers the question why it hasn't been put through planning documents, but anyway, I'll take that. And the second question is, when did you become aware that this would need to be a resolution of council? Was it in the February Traffic Committee meeting? Was it during the March meeting when the Mayor pointed it out that it would need to be a resolution? So, and why didn't it go through as a notice of motion or through normal channels?
Yeah, again, Councillor Patterson, you don't have to
Yeah.
answer that.
No, I don't mind answering. I've got nothing to hide. Anyway, it was something that was just in time that the country club is signing a 21-year lease, in time that we were looking at the Crown Land Management Plan. In that time, I thought it might as well be time, in discussion with other community members, not over 100, that this is the time to bring it up, that we look at it as, bring it to council as a report. The report, once the report's brought back to council and it says it's not possible because the 6-hole PGA golf course won't be permitted, it disappears.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bain, that's it.
Could I move that we return to
Councillor Saul, did you want to speak or did you want to move a procedural motion?
Mr. Mayor, I wish to enter the debate, if I may now.
Yeah, it's your Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and councillors, I've been listening patiently this morning for all the discussion we've had around this room and the passion that it has from the community and from the councillors. Mr. Mayor, what were the actual motion at present is asking for a report, and the GM's indicated they'll come back in 30 days if it's upheld. Should we not allow that to go ahead and let a report come to us so the community and the councillors have full knowledge of what that contains? Because if we stop it now and say no report, no knowledge, personally, I think we're doing a disservice to the community and ourselves. I don't think waiting another month is going to be critical. I think I'd rather see that happen, and then if the community can comment, councillors can comment, and we'll see where we stand. The point is, why are we shutting things down over a month? Ask for a month's grace, and then we can decide yay or nay what happens next. Let's not cut our nose off to spite our face.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Putting aside like the possible misinformation on both sides, I believe like what we have all heard from the community is they don't want the road. And it's been commented that if we get a report, we can put the situation to bed. But my concern is that if we get a report, if it's deemed that we can't do it, then yes, it does fall over. But if it deems that we can do it, we're back in this same position of trying to engage with the community and get it across the line. I'm often surprised at the small numbers that respond to submissions and responses that we accept as feedback. And there's often a small percentage of those in either way. And here we have a very loud percentage speaking up about an area they're very passionate about. We do have to make a decision that is the best for the entire community, not just for Crescent Head. But often when we go to the community for input, for the likes, if I may use Toos Road, you know, we go to Bellbrook. We don't go to Stewart's Point. We've heard, and in a way, often, you know, we get an idea, we get a report, find out whether we can and can't, and then we put it out to community consultation. This idea's come up, and prior to the report, we've already jumped that step, and we've heard loud and clear that the community's not behind it. I think, in short, we have to listen to that and take that on board, as they're the people that are most passionate about their area. They're the ones that are living there. They're the ones that care about it. I totally get that, and I do see merit in the road. We need to look at the whole picture. There's going to be more cars in the future. There's going to be more traffic congestion in the future, but there are things we can do about that to relieve that congestion. So I certainly didn't come into this room with a predetermined decision with anyone else, and it is a very difficult one. But yeah, I think regardless of what this report comes back, and even if we can maintain PGA rating, the community is saying, please don't put a road on that green space. Thank you.
Speaker, okay, Councillor Butterfield was next, I'm sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, there's a little bit the same with Simon. There's been a lot of good points put forward. And after speaking with Mr. Andrews yesterday afternoon after the meeting, he was a lot clearer on what the notice of motion that we agreed on the March meeting was about. And he agreed that there was a lot of angst in the community because of the miscommunication. I myself, I've played at CRESCENT golf course many a times. I played there when it was, I believe, since I've been alive, when the sixth hole used to come from Big Knobby down towards the country club. That has now since changed. That's the only change that I really remember. There may have been more. So there is room to change if needed. And I understand the CRESCENT community, how they feel, but I just think that if we do get a report back and it has a concept drawing of what it might look like, where it might go, how it's going to affect the country club. I don't want the country course to go. I love the course, even though that's quite difficult. But I really just can't understand that why a report come back so everyone is on the same page saying this is what it is. It goes out to the community. The community then knows exactly what it looks like, and they can say, well, I've got to stick it, you know. I'm all for that. And for the 21-year lease, it keeps coming up. The lease, the signing of the lease will not be delayed in any way, shape, or form. It is going to go ahead. Continue to talk about parking. Well, this could be a solution, may not. Also, the overflow from the caravan park, that's another parking dilemma for them out there. They complain about the overflow taking up extra car parks. And the 30 hours that's going to take council to possibly come up with this report. Well, if we keep stopping council going out and doing reports for everything, we're not getting anything solved. So I don't care. Well, I don't care whether this motion gets up or it doesn't. I just think that bringing back a report will make it clearer for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Do we have a procedural motion to go back into open council?
Oh.
Councillor Whittington, thank you. For the seconder, Councillor Ferguson, thank you. I'll put the motion, we go back into open council. Is there any dissent? Your lights on, Councillor.
Oh, no dissent.
White. There's no dissent. I declare it carried. We're now back in open council, and the rules are now apply that you only get to speak once. If anyone else wishes to speak, if not, I'll be asking Councillor Wyatt to close debate. No one else wishes to speak at this time. Councillor Patterson, you have a right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, so this, like my fellow councillors have been talking about, to bring back a report that puts everyone in the community. That community goes from Willawarren, Bellbrook, Stewart's Point, Telegraph Point, and encapsulates this whole coast. The whole coast that has fantastic beaches, caravan parks, etc., and communities. A report that brings back the possibilities of a future, the report that brings back the possibilities of growth that is going to come, not if it will, when it will, how it will, is going to come. A report back that's going to be backed by the main meeting that will contain the information that's been questioned, the information that has been misinformation. A report back is that is what we're asking for. That's all. And I intend to move an amendment when this rescission motion is lost. And can I speak about what that amendment might be like?
No, because if it's lost, that's the end of the debate and we go on to the next item of business.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to close debate, please?
Yeah, thank you. I do want to close debate. The local character President Head talked about valuing and maintaining the picturesque coastal village through the management of development of height, scale, density, protection of views in the surrounding landscape. Talks about continuing to invest in improving the quality of the public realm and pedestrian amenity for the benefit of community and tourists alike. I talked about the limits of acceptable change, and in my opinion, we need to reflect and manage our insatiable needs, because if we do this, what's next? You know, what next? Hardening of the environment. I talked about the carrying capacity, which is the landscape's ability to accept all of this change, and it's usually ignored until an anthropocentric value is triggered, but it'll tell us when it collapses through pollution, erosion, noise, all that kind of thing. We have a suite of planning documents going back to 2017, none of which mention this road as being a method to resolve the conflict between vehicles accessing the beachside, the car park, the holiday park, and the conflict for pedestrians. I mean, this makes a complete mockery of those planning documents undertaken by council, and of which there's quite a few. This situation has turned very toxic, and the trust bucket is well and truly empty, and the reputational damage, of which Councillor Bain talked about, and the souring of relations has hit next level. We've heard from the community, the residents, ratepayers and businesses, they don't want this. That's the community consultation part done. We've heard from public speakers about the economic, the social, the community impacts from the proposed loop road. That's done. We've heard about the Crescent Head Country Club and what's at stake, investment and viability of that reduced golf course. So that's done. Kempsey's committed to entering a lease. We've heard that, and to maintaining that PGA rating. Last Sunday, we heard from the president of the golf course, who, based on conversations with the golf professional governing body, he said that the likelihood of losing that PGA rating is significant. Like, that person's got a front row seat. Like, that's what he said. And I love it when I get pushback on my environmental profession at this table and other parts of social media. I mean, that meets my definition of intimidation and harassment. I consulted my peers in looking at what that road is. I consulted engineers and I consulted my peers, and I don't have time to read in full what I came up with. And I've actually done this work up in the Northern Tablelands before. So anyway, I reckon that we have done the investigation report. We've got it. Listen to the community. We know the economic impacts, the landscape there. It won't tolerate it. It won't pass that feasibility test. So let's get this loop road off the table once and for all gone.
Order. Order. Thank you. I will now put the vote, and I'm going to ask people to vote in favour of the rescission motion and vote against it. I'll need a show of hands for both, and the reason for that. And what we are voting on, if you want to rescind the decision of March, you're voting in favour of the rescission motion. If you don't want that decision rescinded, you'll be voting against it. So I hope all councillors understand how they're voting. We had an issue before with this. So first of all, I'm going to ask all those in favour of the rescission motion, will you raise your hands, please? Thank you. All those are voting against, please. Thank you. As a result, the rescission motion has been carried, and therefore we now move on to the motion, the replacement motion that has been foreshadowed by the in the rescission motion, and we'll move to that after morning tea. We'll break for morning tea now and come back at 5 to 11. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
and the stream is live.
Thank you and welcome back. We've made a decision before our morning tea adjournment, and the motion to have an investigation has been rescinded. The replacement motion was in the rescission motion, and I'll ask Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Bain, who moved the original rescission motion, to continue on as the mover and seconder. Councillor Wyatt, you would like to speak to the replacement motion, which is at the moment the original recommendation.
Sure. I don't think I really need to speak on this anymore. I think we've spoken to this and done it to death. But I would like to have consideration for making a slight tweak to one of the points and adding a 0.6 as an amendment, please, which I just sent to Mr. Thorogood. You can have a look. I'm happy to read them out.
So read it out to us. Thank you.
Right. So for point 2, which talks about entering into a direct negotiation with the CRESCENT Country Club, at the end of that sentence, that the mayor or a representative is included in those lease negotiation meetings, just because it's so, that's full stop.
But I've already asked that question, Councillor Wyatt, and it's not legal, but I'll get the General Manager to explain it to us, please.
Can I explain my reasoning?
Well,
okay, go on.
It won't be legal no matter whatever reason you have. Thank you, Councillor, Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, negotiations of leases are an operational matter, and it's totally outside the parameters of councillors to be involved in that. It's quite black and white.
The reason I put that there, I accept that it's a legal matter, but the reason that I put that there is that, you know, one of the parties of the lease negotiations sort of expressed a lack of confidence in the process. So that's the reason I tried to put it in there. But all right, if it's not legal, it's not legal. And the second one is adding a 0.6. Says in determining the rental price for the golf club lease, that Kempsey Shire Council is cognizant of the social, environmental and open green space values of having a golf course at that location, rather than just the market price of vacant or unoccupied coastal land.
Can you talk to that, Mr. Mitchell, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we've already started conversations with the country club in terms of the parameters for that valuation. It's important for us to get a balanced outcome on all land that we manage. There's obviously obligations from a Crown Lands perspective for us to be charging market-based rent. And that's why the independent valuation process will consider all of those factors and be considered and taken into account when the valuation occurs. We've actually got a meeting scheduled on Friday with the country club to start the progress those negotiations.
Thank you.
Can I just ask some clarification then? So when we talk market rent, we're not talking market rent of what would that what would the value of that property be if it was unoccupied land available to be developed. It is like what is on that land at the moment. So it does include it does include those social, those environmental, and the fact that it's a golf course, rather than it's a fantastic open space that could have multi-story buildings on it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, it takes into consideration.
Right, so I just wanted to be, that's cool. Then I don't need that amendment. I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. That I don't need that amendment. I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for asking that advice. Do you wish to speak any further to the resolution before us, or the motion before us?
Not really. I think that we have done this to death, and I really look forward to moving on and voting for this, please.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
Any speakers, any councillors wish to speak for or against the actual recommendation before us, the motion before us? Councillor Patterson, yes, he's got his light on. Thank you, Patterson.
I was just wondering about an amendment, if the mover of this motion would look at this, that it was 0.6, that council look holistically at traffic management in that area.
I think that's outside what this is, Councillor Patterson, but I agree with you. It should be looked at, and maybe a notice of motion to the May Council would be the ideal thing.
Thank you.
It would be a good thing, because we've got to make sure that we've got to look to the future holistically with the traffic, and you're right. But we need a notice of motion on that. Any further speakers? The Mr. General Manager, could I ask a question? At the end of the negotiations and you sign the agreement, will there be a report back to council on that, or is that not normally done?
Mr. Mayor, no, normally it's a lease that, yeah, like I said, it's an operational matter. We'd normally sign those off. Yeah, that's just a matter of course. I would add, we're doing this with the South West Rocks Country Club as well. So we're going through for both, you know, in similar leases on Crown land. That, yeah, we're actually working through very similar processes with both of them.
So it's possible that you could brief us on an outcome in a confidential briefing?
Yeah, correct.
So we certainly don't need to have the monetary amounts put out in public. Thank you. If there's no further speakers, I'll be putting the motion, and I'll ask for a show of hands for and against, again, for a particular reason. All those are voting in favour of the motion before us, raise your hands, please. It's unanimous. Thank you. It's carried. We now move back to item 9.1, which is the report of committees, Australia Day Committee on page 10, councillors. Any people wishing to leave the public gallery now, this might be opportune. So the report on the Australia Day Committee is well worth the hearing.
How to clear it.
Thank you for your attendance, for those people leaving. I'll be asking, well, I'll actually, as the chair of the Australia Committee, I will move the motion with the slight amendment on there that Council 1 receives and notes the report. 2, commends and thanks Tanya Poig for her participation in the committee. And I need a seconder. Councillor Whittington, thank you. So the report is quite extensive, and it actually talks about the Australia Day Committee and its work over the last year. It reports on what I think was a very successful Australia Day on the 26th of January. It also has attached to it the minutes of the meetings of the committee, and it bodes well for the future that Australia Day is well supported in Kempsey Shire. And one thing I got out of the Australia Day and the nominations was we have a fantastic number of people who are volunteers, who are supporting lots of activities right across the Shire, and we have recognised them, and we should continue to recognise them with awards into the future. We also had the opportunity on Australia Day to welcome new citizens to our country, and they are not just new citizens to our country, but they are also going to be residents of Kempsey Shire, which is a great plus, and the diversity of those people from all around the world deciding to live here is a great, courageous step. Most of us live where we are in Australia, and we have no decisions making to go into another country, whereas possibly because we know this is a fantastic country already, and we have issues, but we have a very important thing called democracy, and democracy worked really well through the Australia Day Awards Committee. We came up with consensus on every issue, and we had a great outcome. So, Councillor Riddington, would you like to speak to the motion too, please?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Peter Chambers, who's a member of the committee, for his talk yesterday, addressing the whole of council, and Councillor Saul, who's also on the committee. This is a wonderful collaborative effort with members of the community, councillors, staff, and I can't speak highly enough of the staff. The amount of work, enthusiasm. I'd like to really thank Jenna Passmore, who does a brilliant job of coordinating. Everybody contributes, as we all do as Australians, to this day, and I'm really proud of it. And I would really commend this report to you. Mr. Mayor, may I please suggest that when we're commending, and thank you, Ms. Tanya Poik, for her participation, that we write to Tanya, if that's all right with you.
We've already decided to do that as
Oh,
part of the
great.
committee, and I'm also writing to the General Manager for his great work as the MC for the day. He's hoping to get a letter soon.
Excellent. And has he rehydrated himself from that day?
Yes.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Thank you. And thanks to everybody involved. I am so proud of that committee. I love being part of it. And it's an absolute pleasure. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tanya's name is spelled Tania.
Thank you. I knew that, but Mr. Farragut didn't, and I didn't look closely at the spelling. But yes, it's IA, not YA. Thank you. It will be corrected, and I appreciate your help, Councillor Ring. Do you wish to speak any further? Thank you, Councillor Patterson, please.
I just have a question, and it's possibly through to the General Manager. Just in relation to nominees, do we have guidelines for nominees? Like, can someone who's just an axe murderer got out of prison, can they get nominated still and be accepted? I'm
Right. Well,
you know, I don't.
broadly, the communications section of Kempsey Shire staff put out a really good website and also a questionnaire, and the people nominating have to fill out all those details. When the nominations are accepted, the information goes back to the nominee, and they don't necessarily get told who nominated them, and they can add more information. But the idea of the Australia Day Committee having a broad reach across the Shire, it's not just councillors. They also would have knowledge of most of the nominees, and we talk amongst ourselves. And of course, no one wants any sort of criminal person being nominated, Councillor Patterson. But if that did come to pass, we would certainly, if we got information, we would certainly not let them nominate.
Yeah, I just had to ask that question.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further debate? Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just want to also congratulate the committee on their good work and their efforts. Mr. Mayor, but mainly I want to comment was the idea of pride. Australians have been now coming out and saying, yes, we're proud of our country, even more so, and attending Australia Day events. And that should be commended. I think that's wonderful to see that people are coming in numbers and they're celebrating and they want to be part of it all. So it gives a good feeling of being an Australian, knowing other Australians also want to be a part of that day and a part of the event. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'll put the motion if no one else wishes to speak. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.1, and it's on the integrated planning and reporting 2024-2025. And I'll ask Mr. Mitchell to actually introduce the report, and then I'll be asking for people to move and second and speak to the then motion. Mr. Mitchell, your 25 minutes starts now.
Excellent. I'll be sure to take it all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, item 10.1 on the agenda seeks your endorsement to place the integrated planning and reporting documents on public exhibition for the 28-day period that's required under the Local Government Act. As you're aware, it's an annual process. It gives the community an opportunity to make submissions on the draft documents, and that includes the operational plan, which has the budget for next year associated with it, our proposed fees and charges, and importantly, given our current financial challenges, the long-term financial plan as well. Just to highlight some of the key items in these documents, before you consider them. So the operational plan has 165 identified actions for delivery this financial year. The majority of those, so over 100 of them, are annual programs of work or are services that are essentially delivered on an ongoing basis. Additionally, there's about 50 multi-year projects, which are large, mostly capital expenditure projects that are delivered over 2 or more financial years. And then in addition to that, there's 12 new projects included in the operational plan this year, which have been identified for delivery over 24-25. And within the operational plan, you can see that it clearly notes where those actions are annual, multi-year or new projects, so in Appendix 2. And it also identifies the funding source for those projects as well. So whether those projects are funded out of grants that we've been successful in obtaining, out of reserves, so cash reserves that we have, or from this year's general ratepayer funds. Page 15 of the council report includes a summary of some of those key projects. It's just 5 or 6 for each of the key themes from our community strategic plan, but it gives a sense of some of the key projects that are planned for delivery this financial year. But I would point out to yourselves and to members of the community that at the appendix at the back of the operational plan, there's a detailed listing of all capital expenditure projects that have a value over $50,000. So that gives visibility of those capital projects that are being planned to deliver this year as well. In relation to our long-term financial plan, that's been revised, and most notably the financial sustainability program that's included within that document at Appendix 1 has been reviewed and updated. That financial sustainability program now targets the delivery of 24 initiatives, which have 46 associated actions to those. And those actions have been informed by the large body of work that was as part of the special rate variation investigation. So very much takes into consideration feedback that we got from the community as part of that SRV engagement work that was undertaken last year. And I think it's important to note that those initiatives and the actions within that financial sustainability program are a strong commitment to addressing our financial challenges, and that's irrespective of the IPART decision that will be delivered next month in relation to our SRV application. So really important, I guess, in terms of noting that those are the actions that we're committing to, and in the efforts of making sure that the community are aware of progress that are being achieved in relation to those. They'll be reported to council each quarter as part of the quarterly performance report. Important to highlight the staff recommendation as highlighted, in the staff recommendation for the report. We've assumed that the SRV will be successful. So essentially, what we've factored in terms of from an income perspective is that SRV will be successful, and that flows through to our financials. What that does from a long-term financial plan, it actually forecasts an operating surplus for the general fund of $6 million over that next 10-year period. So that's that modest surplus that we've been talking about, that the SRV would enable us to be delivered. If the SRV is unsuccessful, then there's a scenario in the long-term financial plan that shows the impact of that, and that's the $80 million deficit over the next 10 years. And obviously, if that's the case, there'll be a large body of work that we would then need to consider and undertake to address that. The recommendation also includes a note just around the deliverability of our capital expenditure program for this year. It's large, and so we've just noted in the recommendation that that will be further reviewed before that final report comes back to you in June. And essentially that's just to make sure that what we commit to delivering is achievable given the resources that we've got. And if there are any changes, they'll be made really clear in the report that comes back to you in 2 months' time to the June Council meeting. Also important just to note, I guess, in relation to our sewer fund, there's been sort of regular updates around this, and we've got, as been noted for a number of years, we've got a significant backlog of sewage scheme infrastructure projects across the LGA, and the 2 main projects are Stewart's Point and Central Kempsey, which have a combined cost of about $200 million. So the Stewart's Point sewage scheme project, which is forecast at $60 million, that's got a targeted completion date of mid-2026, and the Central Kempsey sewage project's got a cost of about $140 million, but at this stage that won't be delivered until around about 2032 based on current forecasts. We've only got a small amount of grant funding to deliver those projects. So confirmed grant funding at the moment only amounts to $15 million for those two projects. And so whilst we have some cash reserves within the sewer fund, we will need to supplement that with loans to be able to deliver those projects. We are continuing to advocate to state and federal governments in relation to the funding for those projects and the, I guess, the urgent financial assistance that we'll need to deliver those. And for the purposes of the long-term financial plan, we've included those projects, and particularly Central Kempsey, and funding that through loan funds, so through borrowings. Obviously, our ability to source funding of that size and then service that loan is unlikely in a number of respects, and so that remains a key risk for us, and therefore why it's such a critically important issue for us in terms of ongoing focus and advocacy. Last thing just to note is in relation to the community engagement, whilst these documents are out on public exhibition, in addition to what we've done in previous years, senior council staff will be presenting these on the key elements of the IPNR document suite to the key community and ratepayer groups, and that's in accordance with the recently developed community engagement framework that we have briefed councillors on. So I guess that will ensure that we are getting as much good information around the key aspects of these documents out into the community as much as possible. Happy to take any questions that you have as you debate these reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
A procedural matter.
You're asking me a procedural matter?
Yes, please. Yeah. I'm hoping that you may give consideration to that we address each of these reports in order that they're listed in the paper, and that we work through it logically and methodically rather than jumping from one to another.
Well, that's possible, but before we do that, we need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bain, you wish to move it?
I do.
Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. So it's now moved. Councillor.
Sorry. Can we go with that procedural motion that we just move through one item at one of those plans at a time rather than jumping around?
You mean the attachments?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good idea. Anyone dissent from that idea? Now I accept that, but we'll have a speaker for it, and then we can go to questions on each of the documents as you suggested, Councillor White. Councillor Bain.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I'd like to thank Director Mitchell for the huge amount of work that's gone into the development of the suite of documents, and the way that he has made himself available to councillors to do as a deep dive into the finances, considering the the application for a special rates variation. We need to, as councillors, we need to be extremely well informed and understand what it is that we're voting on. I note that this is what we are resolving to do here today, or potentially resolving to do, is to place these documents on public exhibition for 28 days. I have, looked into these, but absolutely not in the deep dive that needs to be done. I note that there is going to be significant community engagement where councillors are welcome to attend at least 4, maybe 5 different sessions, and I'll be attending probably 2 or 3 of those, and encouraging, this is our opportunity to encourage community to give clear feedback with submissions. And I think the understanding that people need to have is that we can't operate without this suite of documents. Like this, it's not an option to just say no. We've got to amend where we can, change what we can, and I also I hear what Councillor Wyatt said, but commend again Director Mitchell on the work in the financial sustainability plan. There's some really good changes in there. I think the realistic planning, more realistic budgeting, setting of targets that we can reach. I really appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I would commend my colleagues to support the placing the draft suite of documents on public exhibition, and I would encourage my colleagues to attend community meetings, be informed of what's going on and get a really deep understanding of what these documents are about. And if there are problems, let's work them through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'd just like to ask a question, Mr. Mitchell, if I could. We have the documents out on exhibition for 28 days, I believe, and then we have submissions coming in. Those submissions would possibly suggest changes. As part of point 5, the submissions will be detailed, and the final integrated planning and reporting documents will come to adoption for council at June council. Any changes will be highlighted if possible from those submissions. Is that what normally happens, Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. So what we will do is all submissions that are received will be provided to the councils and attached to the in a redacted form to the business paper that gets published. We will generally do a summary of those. So depending on the number of submissions, we'll either respond, if there's a small number of submissions, respond to those sort of directly within our council report, or pick up on the key themes and provide a staff comment in relation to that. Where on assessment, we believe that the submissions will result in something that should be changed, and those changes will be made, and we'll obviously clearly articulate that in the report so that councillors and the community are aware of what's changed from the draft to the final.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. And any further questions on the actual motion, and speaking for or against it possibly will happen after we examine each of the documents as suggested by Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too congratulate Director Mitchell and his team and all the staff involved in preparing this. I believe that this has been one of the most extensive community engagement projects that council's ever undertaken. The accessibility of Director Mitchell has been outstanding to community groups, and we're going to do a further extensive consultation during this period. So let's put the documents out there. Excuse me. Let's put the documents out there and get more feedback from the community, and let's work together collaboratively. And I think this has been a great example of listening to the community. Sometimes you can't do what the community would like you to do because of the constraints of the state government and the Local Government Act. It's very important that we work within the legal framework. But I like to thank you very much, and I really appreciate the work.
Thank you, Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify before I speak on one point, procedural motion has been lodged to actually go through each item and discuss that we're doing, Mr. Mayor, or what was the intention of that?
Yes, so the intention is we all open the one document and have questions on it. There's 5 documents attached to this, so we can ask questions about the individual ones when we come to that document. That's the intention of Councillor Wyatt's.
So we're asking questions.
Yes, you want questions to ask about the documents? We'll go through them in a moment.
All right, thank you. Just want to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to make sure I understood what was happening.
Thank you.
And secondly, if I may, also commend our finance team for their work. This document, councillors, I've noticed over time is getting more and more sizable, more and more in depth, and more user friendly. In the past, some people get balked by it, but I must commend the team for their work on this and their efforts going out to the community to explain what's been happening. I think it's put quite a few people at rest, what's happening with their concerns. The main thing was, yes, these IPNR reporting documents are very lengthy, they're very technical, but I must commend the finance team, Director Mitchell, Mr. Douglas, and all those involved for their efforts to put a document together, which we as councillors can explain and for the community to understand. So it's improving all the time. So thank you, gentlemen, for that.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. So the first document we'll be looking at is the first one, which is the delivery program and draft operational plan. It's just a short 84 pages. So we could turn to that. And Councillor Wyatt, do you have questions on that?
Yes, please. I just want to reiterate firstly that, the SRV process has placed a massive light bulb on the planning and the reporting system of local government and Kempsey Shire Council. And I agree that it does need to go on public display, and it's not a fait accompli here at all. It just has to go out on public display. So these are in draft. And I really, because the light bulb has been on there so clearly, like spotlight, not just a light bulb, I really encourage the community to participate in it, whether you come along to any of those meetings or review those documents online. I think this is the third time some of us have been here looking at this, and I've been really surprised at the lack of engagement. So this time round, I'm really expecting a massive amount of engagement. It's a partnership here, so I really encourage you that. So I do have a couple of questions on the DP and OP, if I may. And just in the interest of managing expectations, and to reiterate what Councillor Riddington said about the legislative and regulatory operating environment that this sits in, could through to Director Mitchell, please, can you just in the DP and OP, can you just outline the categories of funding sources, what they mean, the categories of the project planning and funding sources and what they mean? And then I have a question after that.
Mr. Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor White, the operating plan identifies the various funding sources that will be used to fund those 165 items that are included in the operational plan, and also those capital expenditure projects that are referred to as well that are over $50,000. There's a funding source that's put next to those as well. At a high level, I guess the funding sources are one of three. So there's grant funding. So where we've been successful in applying for grants to fund a particular project or initiative, that's obviously one funding source. And you'll notice as you read through the documents, there'll be a number of those projects which will be grant funded, in some cases fully grant funded, in other cases where there's a co-contribution required from council. The next category of funding is more in relation to our reserves and existing reserves. So the cash and investments report that you get each month has got a big balance there. Largely, as we've talked about, a lot of that is restricted and can only be used for the purposes of which it's been collected. But a number of the projects that we've got or actions that are in the OP are funded using those existing reserves. So when I was talking about the sewer projects a minute ago, there's reserves from the sewer fund are used to fund those projects. There'll be certain projects that are used that will be funded out of the developer contributions that we collect, the environmental levy that we collect. Projects out at the Waste Management Centre will be funded out of the Domestic Waste Reserve, and as we've talked about in relation to holiday parks in the past, the Holiday Park Reserve will be used to fund projects that relate to projects or services on council managed Crown land. And then the last category is what we call sort of out of general funds or general ratepayer funds, and so essentially the rates that we collect this year, then some of those funds are then allocated to fund either new projects, capital expenditure projects, or indeed just the delivery of those council services that we provide 365 days a year. So I think that sort of largely sums up, hopefully, the programs.
Yeah. So the second part of that question is, so yes, you've got those funds, and then in the report too, there's program categories or project or program categories. Can you just run very briefly what those are and what they mean?
Mr. Mitchell?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, can you sort of clarify exactly?
So I guess what I'm actually
if you give me an example, something like that.
Yeah, like multi-year annual project, grant project.
Yeah. So in some cases, and as I think I said, we've had out of the 165 projects or actions that are in the operational plan, 105 of those are annual programs. So they'll be things either in terms of the delivery of services or items of actions that we deliver every year. And so generally they are included in the operational plan and are funded as such. Some of those may be items that are sort of business as usual services. Some of them may be delivery of or progressive delivery of items that are within an adopted strategy. For example, our economic development and tourism strategy will include items that as we progressively deliver on that, but they are included as part of our annual programs. We'll have multi-year projects, so they are ones, and in a number of cases, not always, but in a number of cases will be projects that have got external grant funding. And so the best examples of those are the sewer projects. If I talk to you about those, they'll be delivered over a number of years. And so we put those in there because so that community and councillors are aware that they'll see that over a number of years because it takes that length of time to deliver those. And then we've also got the new projects. And so those projects are items that have been identified through a number of sources. So they could come from a council resolution, for example, that might result in us including an item as an annual item in the operational plan. There could be just projects that have come from within staff that I've identified that need to be developed or implemented. And so they largely are not something that we'll be doing. They're one-off, but they're sort of like new projects, and that's why we sort of classify them as such. There's only a dozen of those that are included in the operational plan this year that are those new projects. You know, I can give you a run through of those if you wanted to walk through what those 12 are. They're sort of clearly identified in the OP, but they're across a variety of our departments and of several funding sources. So some of the delivered, you know, out of the environmental levy, for example, to rehabilitate Boyters Lane, for example, which is a new project that's been included in this year's OP.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. So I think you probably already answered this next question. So the reason for asking both of those is when we look at the funding source and the project or project program category, there's not a huge amount of discretion there for new projects, basically. Yeah.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, that's correct. And I think by the time we deliver the services that we deliver, so our sort of day-to-day business as usual services, deliver grant-funded capital projects, items where there's been a council resolution, or items that have been part of adopted strategies, it doesn't give a whole lot of scope from a resourcing perspective, so from the staff and also from a financial perspective to have a whole lot of new items. What we do is, though, and I think there's a reference to it around plan on a page that someone made as part of one of the debates, I think, earlier today, was that that's a process that we actually do go through. And so if councillors have an idea, if staff have an idea as part of our planning process, then we will do what we call as a plan on a page. And as part of that, they answer a number of questions that have got sort of risk and reward type considerations to them. So that consider things like the complexity of the project, how aligned to adopted strategies that potential idea may be, whether it's got a funding source, what the impacts are, and answering those questions enable us to develop a score, if you like, and help with the prioritisation as to what projects potentially should be considered for funding versus others. And ultimately that's then discussed with the councillors and forms the basis of what we put in the plan.
So when you go to do the community consultation process, it's my third part of that question was, you know, walk us through how that list was developed, like where do they come from, which you've talked about, business as usual, there's regulatory function there, there's risk management function and strategy. So I think you've talked us through that, and you've talked us through how they're prioritised in terms of that risk matrix. Will you be including that when you're briefing the community on how these lists were developed and how you prioritise them, and where does all these projects come from?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, haven't developed that presentation yet, but we can include that as a consideration just to give some perspective to how that what that process is. That's a pretty easy.
I think it's really important. Yeah, I feel it's really important for the community to just understand the context, is that you do run it through a program management system. It's got risk. You know, you've got probably, I don't know, maybe you've got 500 things that you want to put on this list, but you can only have X amount. So I think that's really important to explain that.
Just add to that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Probably the other thing just to add, which I think I probably didn't refer to earlier, is obviously a lot of the items that we've got included in our plan for this year come from our asset management plans as well. So that's a big driver of works, particularly in relation to assets in relation to water and sewer, our road and transportation assets, and indeed our community facilities as well.
Thank you. We've got other councillors
Haven't
asking
finished yet.
questions to Councillor White.
Oh, I haven't finished, but okay.
I know
right,
you
yeah.
haven't finished,
Oh,
but you
okay.
keep going. But I'm saying Councillor Bain and then Councillor White.
Yep.
Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want.
No, let Councillor White finish, please. And then we're coming to you. I'm just giving a signal. You don't have to put your light on any further.
Yeah. I think you've already explained this, but there's been a lot of criticism about performance measures and productivity and key performance indicators in public forums and during the SRV process. And I've asked you to explain some of this before around the financial sustainability plan and the other one, which the name escapes me at the moment. But can you just provide an overview of the reporting part of that integrated planning and reporting? And I'm sort of thinking around like, excuse me, what is being measured? What are the monitoring programs? How is delivery being evaluated? How do we know if we're performing well or not? Productivity is a difficult one, and how is performance measured and managed? So I guess I'm just sort of after we've got integrated planning. I'm just after a bit of a summary on what's the reporting part and the evaluating and continuous improvement part.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's extensive reporting that comes to council regularly. So the Local Government Act prescribes some minimum reporting around that. In our case, we report over and above that legislative requirement. So I guess at the starting point is around that we have an annual report. So each year there's an annual report that's got three components to it. One gives an overview of key achievements over the year. The second part, part B, talks around sort of compliance and reporting around a whole host of areas in that space. And then the third part of that is our financial statements, which are audited. You receive quarterly performance reports. So they come to council in August, November, February and May. And that gives a summary of how we're progressing from a financial perspective. So quarterly budget review, it gives an update around our operational plan delivery. So for each of those 165 items, the report includes status around how we're going against delivery of that. So there's full transparency around that. We have KPIs that we report to council on a quarterly basis, and as we have done in the past, and we will definitely do over this forthcoming financial year, we'll give some detailed reporting around those 46 actions that we've included in the financial sustainability program as well. And then outside of that, which goes to the council as not necessarily to a council meeting, is that detailed financial report that we provide to you. It's the same report that comes to ELT that we provide that to councils on a monthly basis, so you can give some sense around the key drivers or the key movements, at least from a financial perspective. Outside or in addition to that, there's a whole host of other reporting and monitoring programs, which is probably too extensive to cover off or to give it justice in this meeting. But where they all measure and report on certain functions. And one of the items that was on the business paper today was in relation to development assessments, for example. And so there's reporting and monitoring in relation to that, which comes to council. There's a whole lot of reporting and monitoring that happens internally. And I guess probably most importantly is from a project perspective, our project management office provides monthly reporting to project sponsors and to the executive team around the progress on delivering those critical projects and those large projects, capital expenditure projects that we're delivering. So we've got a very much a governed project reporting framework structure that sits around those projects as well. So I guess obviously given the critical importance of those and the dollars that are being invested in those projects as well. So there's no shortage of monitoring that gets undertaken. Some of that obviously happens within the organisation, and as I said, a lot of that then gets reported up to council. And I guess as I mentioned, not necessarily just at the legislative minimum level. We try to provide, what we think is an appropriate balance between the information you need and giving as much transparency as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
So like productivity can be measured, through asset performance. But is there a way that you measure like resource productivity or performance? So productivity and performance of resources?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's measured within each individual area, because obviously functions in my team are very different to functions in the other two directorates, and so the measurement around those is I guess different depending on which area you're actually referring to, and so probably slightly difficult to answer in a succinct way here. We will be doing service reviews, and that's planned to commence over 24-25, and so some of that will be a consideration around some of those productivity considerations. But we do that in different areas. We'll benchmark, so we get benchmarking data for different areas in terms of the number of resources you might have to deliver a certain service, and so where that is available, then those items will be considered, and it's part of our budget setting process in terms of making sure that we're managing what available resources we've got in the most efficient way.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, please, and then Councillor Riddington.
I just wanted to clarify that not only council staff can contribute through Plan on a Page, but councillors also had the opportunity this year. Thank you.
So we're still dealing with questions on attachment 1. Any other questions on that, Councillor Riddington?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. A lot of my question I think you've answered, but I'd like to just reiterate my whole position since being on council. Let's do what we say we're going to do and tick it off. And I think you've done that, and I really appreciate the rigour that you've applied to the delivery and operational plans. It's very important that we show the community what we are achieving, and I think the community engagement that Mr. Pearson was alluding to yesterday is great. So what I like to do is just tick them off. I'm a big ticker. Tick them off, make sure that everything that we're doing is communicated properly, and you have. And the asset management, that's the big ticket. And really, I think the community needs to understand that before the advent of you and your team, we didn't have one. And that's really, really important for the community to understand that we now know where our assets are, what they're worth, what they're depreciated on, and what we need to do to fix them. So I do thank you.
Do we have any further questions on the first attachment, please? Councillor Patterson, please.
Got a number of questions, not as many as Councillor White. Just firstly, on the revenue forecast, noting that 34% of that is grants and contributions. How can or has council allowed for the fact that in the downturn of development that grants would contributions would drop, and also in a downturn of grants from state or federal governments would drop? Have we allowed for that on the side of caution, or have we allowed for that moving forward at an increasing rate?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's a good question, Councillor Patterson. If you refer to the financial statements that are in the appendix to the long-term financial plan, those sort of 10-year views, and particularly have a look at the grants and contributions for capital purposes, you can see the first couple of years, so the 24-25 and the 25-26 financial years, have got a relatively high level of grants and contributions for capital purposes, and then drops back down in the 26-27 year. When we budget for this, we know that there's a certain base level, and that's what you can see for the outer years of the long-term financial plan, which sort of basically reflects developer contributions and a very small amount of potential future capital grants. We only really budget to the level that we have in the first 2 years of the financial forecasts, because we've got some certainty around those, because that's where we know that we've applied for a grant and it's been successful. And so particularly in the 24-25 year, we've got a large spend in the general fund delivering on those projects that are articulated within the operational plan, because the grant's been successful and we know we've got the funds. So, for example, the sale yards, which will be a $9 million project, that's all entirely grant funded, and so that's in that year. And so as you go out, the forecast gets more conservative because we've got no certainty around that those grants would continue. That said, the capital grants have to be spent on capital projects, and so from an operating perspective, and in terms of, I guess, looking at our long-term financial sustainability, we look at our net operating result once we take out those capital grants and contribution, because it gives us a truer picture of our operating performance. So whilst they are really important and they help us fund capital expenditure, when we're looking at our underlying operating performance, we take those out anyway, and that's why that line's shown in that summary underneath.
Just continuing on that.
Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Short explanation, Mr. Mitchell, in the difference between the capital grants and the operational grants.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. So
yes, Mr. Mitchell.
So largely what's included in the grants that have for operating purposes, that largely is where we record our financial assistance grant and road recovery funding. That sort of stuff goes into that line item. And we'll also get grant funding as we have in the past. For example, post a disaster. As an example, funding our community recovery officers. And so that's an operating grant because it funds operating costs. The flip side to that is the grants and contributions and grants from capital purpose perspective, which are where funds have been given to deliver an actual capital project. And that's largely the distinction. So those grants will result in an asset, where grants from operating purposes will just result in, will cover off on our expenditure.
Couple more.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Yes.
Just noting that the cost of materials in our expenses is 28% of our expenditure. Noting for inflation and especially addressing those large projects that we've got coming up, the sewer works. We're mentioning the sums of 140 million and 60 million and stuff like that. Have we also allowed for the fact that inflation's running, let's say at 6% or whatever it is? If it runs at a higher rate, are we able to then go back and get more fund? I know we're getting a lot of this as in borrowings, but have we allowed for that?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. So our forecasts around costs have used RBA, so Reserve Bank of Australia forecast from an inflation perspective. So for the first sort of 2 to 3 years, where we've got better indications about what the likely inflation rate will be. So that's been the assumption that we've used in terms of the build-up of our financial forecast. Beyond that, we use what is a fairly industry standard assumption of 2.5% CPI, which is that sort of long-range forecast or target for CPI. And so for the first few years, our costs reflect the fact that inflation is still expected to run above that normal long run 2.5%, and then it reverts back to a more realistic level. Now, obviously, when we come and we update these financials on an annual basis, then we continue to look at those assumptions, and that gets updated annually, and then to the extent that inflation's running at a high level, then that's when we would consider that and what the impact of that is. You mentioned grants. The grant funding, generally, we will struggle to get additional funds from a funding body if it's moved, and that's why generally when we're putting in grant applications, it's important for us to get a good indication what the costs are and to build an appropriate level of contingency that the funding body's happy to consider.
Because the project out at the airport came to mind that the inflation took the cost right through, and then we couldn't get that shortfall. My next is just about in the delivery program. It notes the configuration of our residents here. That there's 28% of our households in our shire have single persons living in them. That's obviously an issue for them dealing with costs of just general costs of running a household, costs of living, etc. Is there anywhere in this delivery program that we can look at towards ideas? I'm only asking possible ideas to address that and the shortfall of housing in the Shire.
Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no individual action that's considered within the operational plan. Obviously, there's the development of other plans like the housing strategy and that sort of stuff that would actually take into account some of those items that you're referring to. I guess the plan and the actions that are in there at the moment, there's not a specific action in this year that addresses that.
Just thank you. Just lastly,
yes,
just about people and culture. You know, as this document, you know, Steve, that you got to be commended with your group and that. But you know, I'd like to also commend in this about people and culture and commend the general manager on his positive culture for the council staff. You know, meeting new employees, having a barbecue get together, and his ability to surround himself with outstanding directors and managers and staff like you guys.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. You can write a reference for everyone. Thank you very much. Further questions, please. We're moving on to the next document. Yes. So we're now looking at the next document, which is the draft revenue policy, and it's only 10 pages, so we should have a few questions. Councillor Wyatt.
Actually, no, I don't have any questions on the revenue one.
Okay, Councillor Bain.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at page 10 with the proposed borrowings. So 13 million through the general fund, 5 million for water. I understand that these are the general fund stuff is about airport, waste management and roads. How much discretion do we have in how much we can borrow? Or if we don't borrow that amount, what might be the impacts?
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, probably the easiest way is to answer the last question first, is if we don't borrow those amounts, then we potentially we don't have the cash to deliver on those projects, or we run the risk of being in breach of using breach of the Act for using externally restricted funds to fund projects that shouldn't be used. Those funds shouldn't be used for. We didn't take any borrowings out last financial year. Obviously, if you run in a deficit position, that means, you know, from an operating perspective, we don't have the funds to fund even the depreciation allowance in terms of capital. And so when you're in a year-on-year deficit position, you would generally be needing to borrow if you're going to try and maintain your assets or deliver on your capital expenditure program at all. We were able to avoid that last year, mostly due to the fact that we received a lot of funding in advance, so our financial assistance grants, and there was some natural disaster payments, and so and with other costs coming in less than what they had been budgeted. So there was no borrowings last year. There will be a need to borrow this year, so there will be likely a report that will come to council before the end of this financial year, and then that's what's projected out for the following year, the 24-25 financial year, in terms of borrowings. Probably need you to repeat the first part of that question, because I may not have answered it all.
Just how much discretion have we got in how much we can borrow? Because it's set like there is a school of thought that says if you can't afford it, don't do it. But if we don't do it, then you've said we won't be meeting compliance, and assets will deteriorate and it'll cost more in the long term. And the stuff that we have to do for compliance, how much of it is stuff we have to do for compliance and how much of it is discretionary?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, all of those projects we're only delivering on projects that are in the adopted operational plan. So that's been to council, out on exhibition, and council's adopted that. So in terms of those projects, there's an argument that you could say a lot of projects are discretionary, but it means that your assets run down. And so the longer term cost of those becomes substantially more if you don't maintain those assets. So particularly if you're looking at the revenue policy and that you referred to that paragraph, the upgrades of roads, as we've talked about, we're not trying to necessarily improve from the current condition of our roads. We're trying to make sure that the backlog doesn't deteriorate, and so we're maintaining them at least at the level they're at. And so that's the factor in there. We've got waste management centre projects that need to be funding, and without doing that, we can't operate the waste management centre and provide that waste management services to the community. So you don't really have a great deal of discretion around that. Airport upgrades, different story in relation to that. So that item in there is on the fact that we've got a significant project to rehabilitate the runway, which we've got 50% grant funding through the Regional Airports Program, but that requires us at the moment, in the absence of finding other grant funding, requires a significant contribution from council. The only way we can do that is through loans. And that'll be something, as has been talked about, and was part of the November 23 council resolution in relation to special rate variation. We're doing a review of the feasibility of the airport and trying to get that work done. And to the extent where that leads to, that may or may not have an impact on that need to borrow in relation to airport upgrade.
Mr. Mitchell, following up on that airport comment, the upgrading of the tarmac, the main runway, it's a safety issue. It's not just because we want to do it. It's a requirement.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's absolutely. You need to have a runway that meets the compliance requirements. So, and that's what that project will be delivering on.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, and then I'll have a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I might be well out of order here, and I don't know, but I'm just hypothetical. Has any council in New South Wales ever attempted to use their Section 7 money outside of the guidelines?
Mr. General Manager, a legal question possibly.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's related to potentially Schedule 7. But yes, yeah, they have, and generally they find themselves in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
As Mr. Thoreau, administration. Council shouldn't be doing that. They're not supposed to be doing that, and it is good grounds for administration to be brought in.
Okay, so has anyone got an update on any kind of negotiations or any kind of reviews by the state government as to how, when, why, where, what you can access from that fund, rather than use it for a specific development contribution? Do you get what I'm saying?
I'm just asking, are you referring to the Development Contribution Fund?
Yeah.
Correct.
Section 11.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 711. 711. It's lovely perfume.
Yeah, 711 and 712.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. There's literally has been just a recent review undertaken of those, and it's allowed a little bit more freedom in terms of what they can and can't be used for, but they still need to be used what they are actually collected for. I don't know if Mr. Jackson wants to add a little bit more detail to that.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The 711 and 712 funds are still being collected for the purposes of the upgrades required as a result of additional development. So they're specifically not for general maintenance. So that's one thing. So maintenance and renewal of existing assets. If you have to put a turn lane in or a roundabout or something like that, they are for those sorts of purposes, but they're not something that can essentially be used to plug the holes in a council budget. The nexus between development and the upgrades required is still something that needs to be established, and if challenged, as possibly has occurred in some recent examples, if it can't be demonstrated, then council is in trouble to do that. So we do take the time to get our planners and our financial people to make sure that what we're doing is in accordance with, and if it's going to get 711 or 712 funding assigned to it, it does need to be for the purposes of an upgrade.
Thank you. And who approves that? The state or us?
Mr. Jackson.
Council has adopted the contributions plan, so council
not for Southwest Rocks.
Well, exactly. There is one for Southwest reviewed as well.
Yeah.
So the contributions plans are adopted by council. There is the I know in the Sydney councils, there was always a list published in the local papers or the regional papers and state the Sydney Morning Herald of which council has how much money in their contributions plans. But yeah, it's publicly accessible. People can see how much money we have in those funds. They are essentially a restricted fund to some extent in that it has to be used for the purposes.
Oh, thank you. That's a really good explanation.
Thank you, Councillor Bridington. I'll ask my question, then I'll have Councillor Patterson ask his question. Mr. General Manager, it's really come back to the question that the executive leadership team has looked at all the options, and I was just thinking we had a resolution for a concept plan for the Green Hill Lookout to be developed, and the ELT decided that that wasn't a worthwhile project in this coming financial year. So is that going to be considered every year, or do we need that in a resolution, in this resolution?
Through Mr. Mayor, what happened with that and a number of projects, as Mr. Mitchell outlined previously, we put them through that risk reward scoring system, and then we work out what can actually fit within the budget. And there were several projects that certainly wouldn't have fitted within the budget, that being one of them. The council resolution, from memory, I can't remember the exact wording, but I'm pretty sure it was considered in this year's budget.
Yeah, coming budget.
Yeah, in the coming budget. So that's what's been done. So no, we wouldn't normally have that rolled into the next year's budget. And I wouldn't suggest that you include it in this report. This is a bigger picture report. That's an individual project. And as we get into planning next year's budget, that would be the avenue for councillors to bring up that or any other projects that they may wish to be considered. That they bring them up in those discussions. If you start to put individual projects in this, you will start getting bogged down with a long wish list.
Thank you very much. So looking forward to the next council, they could put a notice of motion or just bring it up in discussions for the next budget year.
Yeah, certainly. And one of the things we'll do with the induction process, again, given we've got an election, is we'll give the new council, which I'm sure will include many of you, some more training in the plan on the page, so that the councillors can actually use that methodology and get that in so we can go through that scoring process as well.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, you had a question?
Couple of questions, thank you. Just was brought up, Councillor Bain, I think it was, or someone mentioned the runway, about the expense of safety for the runway. I think it's getting resurfaced rather. Is this the appropriate place to ask the question? Has council looked at another option, as in a shorter runway that would service the aeroplanes that we currently have accessing our airport?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so one of the items that's in the financial sustainability program, and I think also as an item in the operational plan, is around undertaking that review of the airport. And so that's a project that's in for the 24-25 financial year. We've actually already started working out the scope around what that feasibility may look like, and that will consider a whole lot of options, which, to your point, would be one of them, which is around, does it need to continue to be as long as what it is, and what's the impacts of that? So so that'll be one of the options that's considered as part of that feasibility piece of work that we'll do.
Fantastic, great. One more question.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Through to Mr. Mitchell. Sorry, I can't think of the name, but the government funding that allows for us to borrow at a lesser rate. What's that called?
T-Corp.
T-Corp. Okay.
T-Corp, yep.
How far away are we from being able to access that? And what is the qualification something that's not achievable for us, or how is it achievable?
Thank you,
Wait.
Councillor Patterson, and I'll just make a comment that underperforming financial councils are not allowed to access it, but councils that are performing well can. And that seems back the front to me. But Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We've over the last number of years have had regular conversations with TCOR in terms of being able to access funding through them. As recently as 2 weeks ago, Director Trotter and I had another conversation with TCorp, specifically in relation to our sewer fund. And as I sort of mentioned in the introduction to this report, the significant amount of borrowings that we currently are forecast to need to deliver those two critically important projects. So that was a really positive conversation with TCorp. There was sort of a real commitment to work collectively together, collaboratively, to try and get a favourable outcome for us. We obviously still have to jump through the hoops in relation to their own credit assessment processes, but the initial conversations were positive, and I guess an outcome from that meeting was that we agreed that once these documents were endorsed by council to go out on public exhibition, we would be able to share with them the revised financial forecasts, and therefore start to have some of those conversations with them, because they can actually use the information that council's essentially resolved to put out on exhibition. Why that's important is that the borrowing rate through TCorp is really a lot sharper potentially than what we'll get through one of the retail banks, and every sort of 10 basis point reduction if you get, or better rate that you get over a 20-year loan term, and for significant amount of borrowings, actually adds up to a really substantial amount of money.
Yeah.
And so, really, I guess, and that's why we've included in the financial sustainability program as one of the 46 actions is to continue to negotiate with TCorp around that. Just one last thing to add to that, it's not only in relation to sewer. I mentioned sewer because the size of the borrowings in relation to that, we will go straight back now, because as I mentioned before, we've got borrowings that we'll need to take out before the end of 30 June this year, and they were happy to look at that for us as well. And so, it's a lot of work happening in that space to try and access those loans.
Just following on the question, state or federal, TCorp?
State.
New South Wales state.
Okay, so state government legislation caused, let's say, for instance, the Stewart's Point sewer project to then go up into that next level, which actually, slowed it down in its delivery, which increased the cost. So are we making representation to the state governments about those issues and about the large impact that'll make on our community when we're operating in a deficit budget?
Well, I can quickly answer that question, Councillor. Mr. Trotter and myself and the General Manager have met on 2 occasions with the Water Minister, Rose Jackson, on the matter, trying to get support on those costs and escalating costs. But you could add to that if you like, Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just about to sort of say the same thing. We are, every opportunity we get to have a conversation with someone in state government, we're doing that. So even with Crown Lands, the last couple of weeks in terms of negotiating and pushing hard with them and making sure they're aware of the particular challenges that we've got from a financial perspective as well.
And I suppose my final question on that aspect is, are we making our community aware of that fact, for when elections come around, etc., to push that to our state governments, because it's a big picture thing for us.
Thank you.
Just we certainly are. It'll be something that I think we've continued to put out clearly into the community, the financial situation we're in, and we'll continue to do very strong advocacy across a whole range of both state and federal governments.
Thank you. The other document we are looking and working through is the draft rates map. Do you have questions on that, Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, just a question on the rates map for Southwest Rocks. If you want to open it up. Maybe, but it says, and I don't know the page, but it's the levy area. It's a stormwater levy for Southwest Rocks. It has the links, I think it's the links, and the western and the southern part of the saltwater area are not in the stormwater levy. I mean, is that because, why not? Is that because they're not connected to the stormwater?
Through Mr. Mayor.
As yet?
That's correct.
So the links isn't connected to stormwater?
Not into our network, I don't believe at this point. Yeah. The Links estate itself is an integrated lot where they do all the sewer and stormwater within the site themselves. So they actually provide that, they maintain that. Yeah, we don't actually provide them a direct service to that.
I thought the stormwater was something like if a gutter ran past your property, then you had to pay, then you were a part of a stormwater levy.
That's correct, but that's actually like a gated community So it's basically looked at as one lot essentially.
All right.
So, and they have to look after the services within that themselves.
And then there's, I think it looks like there's further properties out along, I think it's Bella O'Connor there that aren't on it either. Does that, so those properties, you know, they have sewer and stormwater management through tank water or something like that. They're not connected to any main system.
Mr. General Manager, you're looking at the
I
information.
think, I don't know, I might not be reading it correctly.
Hey, were you talking then about stormwater or water? Then you mentioned they're not.
It's the yellow levy,
Yeah.
a stormwater levy.
Yeah.
The yellow. It just shows there's
Yeah.
a lot of development out there that is not part of that stormwater levy. And I was wondering, is it an oversight or is it because they're not connected to that?
Yeah, looking at the yellow area, it certainly covers all of Bella O'Connor.
Is there what's that bit to the right there?
Yeah, that's. Yeah. Yeah, I think those lots actually come off Arakoon Road, which aren't connected to the stormwater. And then the other part that looks like development is actually our waste transfer station.
And then the same, and then the same is those lots out, those 109 lots out at Crescent Head. Is that because they won't be connected to stormwater systems either? So they'll all be managed on site.
Once they're actually established and operational, then yeah, they will actually be included in the stormwater levy.
So there's no, okay, so there's just no, all right, so the map is correct then. It's on Arakoon Road, all right.
Yes, thank you. It is. Further question, Councillor White?
No, I just wanted clarification on that. I've got questions on the other plans, but.
What?
Draft fees and charges.
We finished with
Yeah.
the draft rate maps.
Yeah.
Draft fee and charges, fees and charges.
Sorry, the maps. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
coming back to you,
about the
Councillor Patterson.
charges.
Councillor Patterson, yes.
Sorry, just on the charges. So that's the next one we're going to. Yeah, draft fees and charges. Sorry.
Yep, we're up to draft fees and charges. So you have a question?
Yeah.
And we'll ask
question on
other
that.
councillors if they have one too. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a basic question on fees and charges. We, as a councillor, and I suppose the other councillors get the feedback that how come we're paying so much in these charges? You know, our water rates, our sewer rates, all these the fees that that we pay. Do we base them wholly on our needs, or do we base them on other councils on our demographic, like guided by the state government? Like our fees and charges, do we just make them up, or is it something that we got guidance by?
Councillor Patterson, I can assure you we just don't make them up. But,
Yeah, I know that.
Mr. General Manager, would you like to?
Yeah.
To
Through
his knowledge?
Mr. Mitchell may add a bit more detail again to this. No, we don't make them up. They are based on a range of things. Some of them are actually statutory and they're actually set by the state government, and we can't move those at all. Others are looking at what we can do in terms of full cost recovery for the fees and services. Others are things like our section 365 committees will work with those committees to actually work out what higher rates and things are and what they think as a committee people will pay, and those sorts of areas as well. So we'll undertake consultation in that area. So there is a variety of different ways that they're actually assessed. And then we certainly, where we can, we want to continue to increase the user pay basis of what's actually occurring wherever we possibly can. That's the potential revenue for council, which then obviously puts downward pressure on our rates generally. So the more you can actually collect through user pays, the better off we are there. Mr. Mitchell, want to add anything at all?
Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, no, I think you've pretty much covered it.
Further on to that question, I don't know who will who's this through to, but just on the movement of people addressing the shortage of accommodation, especially for elderly, family moving to the area, children, etc., based on the second dwelling costs on properties in the whole Shire. Lots of comments that come back to me of very high fees, very high contributions. Is that something we can look at possibly with state and federal government to address the housing shortage because I understand they have a lot of money that they're willing to spend on addressing that issue. Is that something that we are looking at, or is that something we're just those fees and charges for that second dwelling? Are we just setting that and there's no movement on that?
Mr. Delman.
Through Mr. Mayor, the second drilling costs really are around what it costs us to provide the services to that second dwelling. We still have to provide additional water, sewer, those sorts of things to it. The funding that's coming from the state government in some areas may help cover some of that broader infrastructure if we're successful in grants, and we've attempted to get some funding for some of those areas. A lot of the stuff the state government's doing is actually more around the affordable and social housing aspects, and that's really their funding goes into the capital of the actual facility itself.
Yeah, so there's just trying to address that in our own fees and charges. I understand that we've got to get back our costs, but have we ever looked at putting those costs on a term basis, as in paid off, say, over 5 years through the rates under agreement? Because the setup costs for those second dwellings is quite outstanding for a lot of people who are looking to downsize, who are looking to address the fact that they don't have the finances. So is that something that we could manage? Would it be a notice of motion? Would it be something that we could handle, say, over a 5-year period, etc., that was paid off over that time?
Mr. General Manager.
It's through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess we'd have to take that on notice, and if council wanted to sort of look into that, then yeah, you'd need to put up a notice of motion.
Okay, I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the rates and charges? Councillor Whittington.
Thank you. Okay. Now I've lost my train of thought after all of that. Yeah, you. Sorry, Councillor Patterson. I agree with that last comment you made. I would support that if there was a notice of motion about that. Yeah. Okay. Now I do remember what I was going to say. It's rather topical that we have our swimming pools, and we're looking at our swimming pools and seeing what we can afford and what we can't afford. My question is, I looked all through this paperwork. I can't find a swimming pool fee of entrance.
Thank you. I think at least might be the issue, but Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Riddington. So the agreement, when we go out and tender for the management of the swimming pools, the setting of the prices, entry prices is done by the manager, so the third party, in consultation with council and council staff, so our commercial business team who manage those contractual arrangements. So that's why it's not specifically included as a fee and charge within the schedule of fees and charges.
Lovely, because I've had questions from members of the community about us setting the fees, and I've said to them, no, it's the contractor. So thank you for that.
That's correct.
But we do heavily subsidise everyone that goes into our swimming pool.
Yes, heavily subsidised.
Heavily. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Just one question on the fees is on page 15 of the document. There's about fines, and these are obviously they're assessed as regulated under the Local Government Act. We have had discussions in the past about increasing fees for parking with respect to overnight stays at the beaches. How's that going?
What page is it again, Councillor Wyatt?
Page 15 of the schedule of fees.
Yes.
Talks about fines.
That, yes.
Yeah. And they're regulated under the Local Government Act. But I do recall us having conversations in the past about reviewing those fees, those fines rather, parking fines in particular. I was just wondering how that was going.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes,
he's
through
a
you.
fine man.
Very, very fine. Thank you. Gosh. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The process to establish a separate category of offence. At the moment, the free camping offence is lumped in as in a broader category, and to upgrade all of those fines to the level that would certainly provide some deterrent to free camping would not be well received by the rest of the community for a simple parking offence or others. So yeah, that process is underway. We're looking through that. Hopefully we can get that done in the next 3 to 4 months.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarification. So yeah, so it's a camping offence, not a parking offence.
It's currently categorised in the same way as a parking offence. So yeah, they're all lumped in and under a single category. And yeah, we need to pull it out, get it agreed by the Office of State Revenue and the government that we can do that. It is possible. And yeah, we're looking to get that pulled out so that we can set a different fine, a much higher level of fine for that offence.
Yeah, that's good. And is
Thank you,
that-
Mr. Jackson.
Other councils would be working in collaboration with Kempsey. It's not just unique to us.
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, effectively, we're looking at the models used by some other councils, but each council is addressing it individually.
Thank you. Any further questions on fees and charges? We now come to the 50-page document of the long-term financial plan, the draft. Do we have any questions on that? Councillor White and Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but I just wanted to start by acknowledging and confirming the SRV in the business paper, particularly at this point 7 on page 18. I just wanted to reiterate and confirm that IPART may adopt all, part or none of the SRV proposal, and then following that council, following their decision, IPART's decision rather, the council may adopt all, part or none of that decision. And then that is then reviewed annually as part of the IPNR document, specifically the schedule of fees, which we just talked about. And the next review will be in 2025 for the 26th financial year and continues after that for up to 10 years. That's correct.
I think it's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Thanks. And so it's got a couple of questions, please. The points in the box on the business paper, points 3 and 4 refer to financial sustainability plan, which I've asked you at length before. And then point 7 talks about a revised plan. And then it says, the historical financial improvement table shows a $7 million savings. And then point 4 also says that there are types of expenditure and that has been increased associated with risk. Are you able to just say what those kind of expenditures are?
Mr. Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I was trying to keep up with the page number. So
it's point 4, I think it's page 18 of the business paper.
sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in some cases, so if the question is what are those areas where costs have increased as a result? Yeah. So the best example is, for example, in relation to our asset management capability, right? So we had no 6 years ago, there's very limited asset management system structure staff, and so we've invested that into that function so that we can get a better understanding of the condition of the assets. We've got clearer strategic asset management plans in place, and so that those plans can then better inform the way we manage those assets and when they need to be replaced, etc. So that comes at cost, and so in some cases you need to spend money to save money longer term, and that's probably a good example for that. Another area which Mr. Thorogood would be able to talk you through at length is in relation to cybersecurity. So we weren't needing to spend any money 6 years ago in relation to cybersecurity. Now that's a critically important area of investment for us, because obviously there's data and just preventing access to our systems. That's really important for us to have those protections in place. So there's a whole number of examples where we've had to spend money to either manage or mitigate risk, or to provide the information that helps us actually manage the business properly. Internal audit functions are another one, and some of these are where they've we are an early adopter in relation to our internal audit function, but that's now effectively it's a requirement under the Act to have an audit risk improvement committee and an internal audit function. We get great value out of that in that function, but yeah, there's certain costs that weren't here before that we've needed to invest in, and it's just the reason for calling that out is to be clear that that sometimes our costs have had to go up because of those factors. It's not just all about savings.
Thank you. You have another question?
Yes, please. So on that same page, point 5 talks about establishing a committee. I think. Yeah. Okay. So, like the ARIC group, is it appropriate that a councillor, to be determined by a vote of councillor, is appointed as an observer to that committee in the new term of council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, obviously that would be a decision for council, I guess, in terms of what I think from a best practice perspective for us is that, in my mind, is that's an internal committee, representatives of the ELT and some key staff from within our within my directorate, so particularly Group Manager of Corporate Performance, Mr. Douglas, who you're all familiar with, that gives us so we can meet and just manage and oversee the delivery of those 46 actions in the Financial Sustainability Program. Councils will have visibility to that because we're going to report that on a quarterly basis. We'll do as many briefings as you want on it. You'll probably get sick of me talking about it because it is such a critically important area for us to focus on. But I think in terms of the operations of that steering committee, for me, is operational, and the roles of councillors around being strategic would be when we report that to you on a quarterly basis.
All right, thanks.
Thank
Can
you.
we just had a maybe just like note to self is can we just sort of flesh that out a bit at another point? Is like I'm going to hear what you're saying and accept what you're saying, but I need to just have a discussion amongst the other councillors to just flesh that out a bit more. Because I mean, yeah, if it's like a weekly meeting, then obviously that's too much. But yeah. So the next question is, you've got the financial sustainability plan in Appendix 1, which has increased those initiatives from 20 to 24 with 46 actions, and that was based on feedback from the SRV process. So that's very positive. So what's new in the plan? What is some of the feedback that has been implemented? What is new in that financial plan? I mean, yes, I can read it, but can you just say what is new?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess what I would specifically call out is if you have a look at certain items where we heard loud and clear around the airport about that as part of the SRV. It was part of the November council resolution. And so if you look at item number 20, that's that airport feasibility review, which is what we just talked about a minute ago. So that's a body of work that we will definitely undertake, and that's very much come out of that SRV investigation exercise that we did. Slim Dusty Centre, we're already intending to do this, but there was some comments around what's the cost of the Slim Dusty Centre. So obviously we've made that an item and included that as one where we'll actually do a review of the operations and the business plan for that, noting that will always be a cost. It's just how do we deliver that in a way that's as most efficient as what we can. Review of aquatic strategies, review of our property portfolio to see if there's any property assets that we've got that don't have where there's no real operational need or they don't have any longer term strategic value. So these are items that came out of some of those discussions and conversations that we've had as part of the SRV investigation phase last year. So some of these we were sort of already doing in different ways. Others we're going, well, hang on, there's been some sort of engagement around them, and so therefore we've called them out explicitly in this appendix.
Moving motion. Right, before we have any further questions, I'm going to start. We're about to adjourn for lunch. We have a table booked for 12:30, but I need a motion that we continue after 1 p.m. A procedural motion. Who would like to move that? Councillor Whittington, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bain, thank you. I put the motion. All those in favour? Oh no, who's dissenting? I should say. We don't have the TV cameras here this time. Thank you. I declare it carried. We now adjourn for lunch, and we'll be back here at 10 past, quarter past. Yeah, a quarter past is our expected return time. Thank you, Ellie and Lindsay, for being here and staying the course. Well done.
Is live.
Welcome back, everyone. We're still working through 10.1 integrated planning and reporting 2024-2025. We're still having questions from councillors on different aspects of the planning documents. And our next question is from Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Riddington, then Councillor Bain.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've had mine answered, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you'll withdraw your question. And Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. And first off, and this is about the long-term financial plan, through to possibly Mr. Mitchell. Is this document mandated by state or federal government?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's a requirement under the Act and the IPNR guidelines for us to have a long-term financial plan that's updated on an annual basis and that has a 10-year time horizon.
Okay, thank you. And this particular document, I know the instruction to do the document, but the particular document itself, has that been developed by Kempsey Shire Council?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this, I guess the format of this document is what we've come up with. Yeah, so it's probably not largely different to what a lot of other councils have, but essentially this is one that we've developed.
And I've got another question, but I'll just make a comment on that. You know, after being a councillor for over 10 years, you know, this document is being actually easier to read each time, containing much more information. My next question is just a question on the indicator on page 8. So that's a performance, financial performance indicator, and it shows different operating performance ratios. And my first question is, the operating performance ratio shows there that 22-23 is 7.7%. And what's your description of that, and like where are we in that, and what should we do to move forward on that?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the operating performance ratio measures, I guess, it's a measure of our profitability, if you like. So effectively looks at our operating result and as a proportion of our operating revenue. So ideally, you want that to be a positive number rather than a negative number. Now, just to, I guess, to put some context around the 2022-23 financial year, those numbers that are reported on page 8, which is the page that you referred to, Councillor Patterson, are on a consolidated basis. And so the strong performance in the other funds, particularly the sewer fund, makes that consolidated result better than what it would be if we're just looking at the general fund. And then the general fund result for the 22-23 year has been is improved, or looks better than what it actually is on an underlying basis, because in June we received the prepayment of the 100% of the financial assistance grant, and we also got some other natural disaster funding that was recognised in that year. So it sort of actually overstates that result. I guess from a general fund perspective, over the last number of years, if you're actually looking at it and what our projections are going outwards, in the absence of a special rate variation, that operating performance ratio is negative. Which is obviously reflects the fact that we're in a deficit position.
I have a couple more questions based on that indicator. The next one is the own source operating revenue ratio. Noting that these are all set to a benchmark, what's your comment on that, where we are for 22-23?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. So again, if you're looking at those results, it's below the benchmark. So that 55% is underneath the targeted benchmark of 60%. It's one that's been, I guess, distorted in the last few years because of the significant amount of grants. So effectively what this looks at in terms of our own source revenue as a percentage of our total revenue, and grants that are that we've been getting are included in that total revenue, but aren't own source. And so on one hand, it makes the result look negative because we haven't met benchmark. but it's not necessarily a bad thing on a short-term basis because we've had significant amount of grant funding that we've been receiving. So it's probably out of the metrics is the one where it has value, but in this case, not meeting benchmark is probably not a major concern given the size of the grants that we've been receiving.
Just two more questions on this one, and the next one is the infrastructure backlog ratio, noting that the benchmark being 2%. Could I have a comment on that one?
It's less than 2%. Yeah,
Less
Mr.
than
Mitchell.
2%.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the target for that is to have a ratio of less than 2%, and for a number of years we've been outside of that, which just indicates that we've got a greater backlog than what we would otherwise want to have. And I guess in the context of the conversations we've had from a special rate variation and the need to invest in our assets and maintaining them, to the extent that you would significantly pull back on some of that asset renewal expenditure, then that infrastructure backlog ratio would go further away from that benchmark target, and then you start to have significant problems because your backlog's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then the ability to fund that. And as we said in the past, if you defer asset replacement and renewal for too long, then the cost of that starts to increase exponentially, and so it's why it's really important to have a targeted, considered asset management program.
And my last question on that indicator is about the asset maintenance, showing that the benchmark is 100%, and we're 22, 23, and 94.2%. Could you have a comment on that, please, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you,
Mr.
Patterson. It's this one here.
Yeah.
Mr.
Mitchell, no,
Mr. Mitchell.
Patterson, yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the asset maintenance ratio, that just compares actual maintenance versus required annual asset maintenance, and so obviously you're wanting that to be at that 100% or more. We've been very close to that, so I guess again, if you were substantially lower than that, then what you run the risk of is that your infrastructure backlog would get bigger and bigger and bigger. So you want to be maintaining those assets as best as possible. So I guess a result in the 90 odd % range is reasonable and in context of everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that would be part of the reason why we need to have borrowings to cover those ratio backlogs.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further questions on any part of the documents? Any further debate?
Oh, come on, let's relax.
I was just going to move that the motion be put, but that's
No,
fine.
well,
There's
I'll
no more.
want you to close the debate, in fact.
I
I haven't yet. I'm just waiting to see if anyone else has put their light on. They haven't. Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate on this, please?
there's a lot of work that's been done. There's a lot of work still to be done. There's a lot of community consultation. Please let's support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any dissent from the motion before us? No dissent. I declare it carried unanimously, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell and team. We now move to 10.2. Disposal of surplus council land, sewer land, East Street, South Kempsey. It's on page 24. Councillor Bain, would you like to move this?
No, as advised earlier and by email yesterday, I would like to move an alternate motion, which has been put up, and I think just a slight change to that C2 is environmental conservation in part 3. So I'd like to move that the guts of it is that we can that we retain the land for potential future economic benefit and environmental benefits. So if I'll move that motion.
Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Riddington. Councillor Bain, would you like to speak to the motion on the screen, please?
Maringboo, Mr Mayor. Yes. Just to make the point that wetlands have more than economic value, as outlined in point number 2. They're environmentally important in their ability to slow stormwater, capture contaminants, provide habitat, and maintain biodiversity. I absolutely understand the economic and the financial viability of the biodiversity offset scheme. Biodiversity offset scheme has significant management costs per hectare, and that makes it just absolutely not viable to enter into that process. However, it does not mean, in fact, the report shows that there is significant environmental advantage. And so therefore I would propose that it's when we do the review of the Kempsey Local Environment Plan, that it be rezoned to an environmental conservation area, and that we defer any decision regarding the sale for at least 5 years in order to assess future changes in the economic opportunities. So I propose that future biodiversity schemes might value the environment more highly than they currently do. Biodiversity offsets, potential carbon sequestration, or tourist development. So the current value of that wetland may alter significantly over time. And there is risk associated with damage to a wetland. And then that can hold financial costs to council if we have increased flood damage. I acknowledge that there are costs in maintaining fencing, weed management, cleaning up illegal dumping, and that there is a rates charge paid from the sewer fund to the general fund. I propose that the sale of this land would be a short-term sugar hit with no long-term impact on our financial sustainability. The amount we are likely to get for this land is below, I believe, would be below its environmental values and would not move the needle on our long-term financial sustainability. However, potential benefits down the line when we're in a more stable financial situation might be a development for tourism. There's a couple of examples. The Cat-Eye wetlands near Taree, Kupanook, their primary purpose is to ensure the health of the Manning River, but they also have a side purpose of a tourist attraction. And they're 500 hectares, so you're looking at a much bigger area of migratory birds and so on. However, just north of us at Urunga, there's a rehabilitated wetland, which was a toxic waste dump, has now been rehabilitated as a wetland. It's 1.5 hectares with 150 metres of boardwalk, and it's a very popular tourist destination. I imagine, looking at the future, I believe we have proposals for some medium density housing in South Kempsey. We have proposals for increased shopping and medical centres. And really, to be honest, as we come into the southern approach to Kempsey is a bit of a dead zone. I ask my colleagues to imagine what it might look like if there was a wetland attraction. Also, we've already got the Naku Gallery, and we've got the museum there. I think this would just add to the attraction of Kempsey. It doesn't have to, and it's not going to be able to be done in the short term. I understand that, but I think there is value in holding on to this land for a bit longer to see what potential economic benefits there might be. Thank you to my colleagues for considering this alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor, I've got 2 speakers already, and Councillor Riddington, were you first? Councillor Riddington, Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Patterson. Thank you, Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bain, for your amendment. I think it's a good one. When I was looking at this in preparation for today's meeting, I've virtually come up with the same thing. Like, why dispose of it after the CLEP? We need to look at the CLEP, and the C2 zoning is in line with what we did out at Southwest Rocks on Gordon Young Drive. Can I please just ask a question? Do we have an estimate of what this land may be worth?
It might be confidential.
Oh, sorry.
And we'd have to go into confidential for you to hear that, I presume. Yes.
Yeah, through Ms. Mayor, yeah, we do, but yeah, we wouldn't be stating that publicly.
No, if someone could and when we go into confidential,
Oh, we won't be unless we move to do that.
but aren't we doing a confidential thing later?
No. It's already
Oh,
voted.
that's right. We voted.
Yeah, we've accepted the legal report. So there's nothing to stop you from moving into confidential if you really need to hear.
I would really like to know, can I please move that we go into confidential, please, just for the estimate?
So
Sorry, Lindsay.
possibly about 5 minutes at the
Yeah,
most.
be very long.
So you're moving that. Do we need a seconder? Councillor Bain. Any dissent? No dissent. It is. We're now in confidential. We're no longer streaming, I hope. again. And if Mr. Kay is still with us.
Just note to the public that no resolutions are made in confidential.
Yes. Thank you. We're back out of confidential and no resolutions were taken or accepted within confidential. So we're now back into the open area looking at this. Councillor Whittington, you got any more to say, or we'll come back to the speaker list then?
Thank you. What I would like to think about in this particular motion put up by Councillor Bain, I really like it because the other motion preempts the CLEP, and I'd really like to go through the CLEP process first, as Councillor Bain suggests. I really don't know what zone the CLEP might come up with. I don't like preempting what it could be, but I would support C2. So my thinking is I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor White was the next speaker, and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I'm speaking in favour of the motion 2, although I'm not entirely sure about the 5 years because I think it still brings in options, but I support the motion. And I'm grateful for having gone through this process after making, I'm pretty sure I might have made the suggestion in the first place last year, is that we run it through the biodiversity offset credit scheme process. And we did this for Columbatty, and I'm pretty sure we agreed to place that into that scheme, which is a good outcome. So there are 3 other biodiversity offset schemes. There's one just at the Ampol station, about 400 hectares, and a 27 hectare one out at Southwest Rocks. And I can note that the rezoning would be done by the CLEP, but I don't support the rezoning of the RU 1 or 2 because there is credit value of $290,000 for 15,000 hectares of land, which is, what did I say? Oh, right. Okay, 15 hectares, sorry. I don't support the rezoning of the land because there is a credit value of $290,000 for 15 hectares of land, which equates to about $19,000 per hectare. This is market-driven environmental economics, and it's trying to bring a level playing field to compare apples with the apples and place a dollar value on land. So I don't agree that it should be, I agree that it should be a C2. So I've got a few questions, if I may. So
Yes,
first
okay.
question is, can you tell us what those actual credits are? Which are the units of environmental values that can be traded as either ecosystem credits or ecosystem or species credits? Things like, Schedule 1 and 2 at the Biodiversity Conservation Act, or are there connectivity corridors? Is it water storage? Like, what are those actual credits? There would be species and ecosystems. Do you know?
Mr. Trotter, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So through the preliminary credit calculations, they looked at ecosystem credits and species credits. So basically, ecosystems come under the Northern Lower Floodplain Wetland, Northern Floodplain Paperbark Fern Swamp Forest, and Northern Swamp Oak Paperbark Forest. So that's our ecosystems. With the potential species, so we've got the green and golden bellfrog, the Maundia trigolocinids, and koalas. So basically, from that, that's what they've sort of, they've done the market demand analysis on what's needed, both in, major projects and then just, credits in demand. So basically, not all the credits are in demand. So there is quite a reasonably high percentage of credits that basically aren't likely to be sold at the moment, just the way the market is. But it's as we know, the market does change. So with the commercial summary, 79% of the northern lower floodplain wetlands is likely to be sold as part of this system. Northern floodplain paperbark fern swamp forest credits, 64% of those, and the northern swamp oak paperbark forest, there's likely to be none sold of that because there's just no demand on the market at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. So essentially 2 EECs and 3 species. Is the second one an invert? What's the common name of the second one?
Koalas?
It's actually an aquatic plant,
Yeah,
and
right,
the
okay.
Maundia, whatever.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah. Okay. So can you just excuse me. In the business paper there, it talks about $290,000 versus I think it's about $700,000 to establish the stewardship agreement. Can you just outline what kind of costs are required to establish a stewardship agreement? That seems very large.
Yep.
For 15 hectares of land.
Mr. Trotter?
Thank you.
You,
Through you, Mr.
I
Mayor.
thought they were trying to answer over on my right. I'm sorry.
So basically, there's a couple of things that need to be done to set this basically, biodiversity stewardship site up. So the first one is you've got to do a study after this, which is the biodiversity stewardship site assessment report.
Mhm.
So that finalises all your numbers. So basically, as I said, this was desktop. From that confirmed number of credits that would be available to sell the market, they basically determine a total fund deposit. And going on actual figures for rural New South Wales, price per hectare at the moment is $47,100 per hectare as part of that total fund deposit. And that gives you the $706,500 that's payable basically at the time that you sell those credits. So you got to pay that up front before you start getting the money back.
Not much. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
So the value is if you've got to pay $47,000 per hectare to actually enter the market, and the market's only going to give you potentially $19,000 back. I mean, the whole system is broken if that's the case. Like, there's no benefit to put anything in biodiversity. I mean, I've had a conversation with someone. It just makes no benefit at all.
Mr. General Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It really depends. The scheme covers obviously the entire state is very broad, so it really depends on the pockets of land, what's actually on that land in terms of the biodiversity and what is actually being built on that land. So if you've got a multi-million-dollar development that has a range of different things there, it'll actually stack up. The land we looked at Crotty's Lane, that looks like it stacks up to do that. A small parcel like this, given that some of the credits there's no demand for and things like that, it simply financially doesn't stack up.
Thanks. I think you probably answered the next question, which is once the agreement is in place between Kempsey Council and the manager, then yearly payments are made to the land, which is that total fund deposit. So does actually the council have to contribute to its own total fund deposit, and then that comes back? So you could pay 47,000, but you could only give back 20 in management fee in how you manage that land.
Mr. Trotter again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. From what I understand, that's exactly the process. Yeah.
So I guess there is a size issue then. So maybe if it was like 1,500 hectares, the value would be better because you might still have that same cost. So it may be a size issue. So just a couple of other questions, please. So in considering those ecosystem species and credits, regardless of the zoning and regardless of the ownership, how can Kempsey Shire Council ensure that those values are protected and maintained in perpetuity, regardless of zoning? Because those values are there and we've identified those values.
Mr. Jackson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, essentially, the land will be zoned accordingly to whatever it's zoned, and compliance activities will be undertaken. Obviously, as has kind of been explained in previous, we can't proactively monitor every lot of land every hour of the day. So the majority of compliance actions are taken on report as a reactive item, but we would have the opportunity to apply the laws of the land and any fines, etc., if anybody does the wrong thing.
Thank you. Councillor White, is that
So
it?
for
No?
me, that answer just confirms what Councillor Bain and Councillor Riddington have said about putting it into that highest degree of protection, because the outcome for market value of that land is, the appeal of the land use may decline because there is a need to protect that land. So because there's an environmental value there, that would have to, in my opinion, it would have to translate into when a DA or an environmental assessment process comes through, then we'd have to go and say, well, there are these species there, and therefore an activity may not be assessed as appropriate and may not be approved because those values are already there. It's sort of like our liability. We know that there are those values there. So why would we not protect them? And why would we put them in a lower category where they are at risk of being threatened or diminished completely, because we know that there's values there? So I'm just confused by that, and I fully support that the protection needs to be C2 because we know that there are those values there, and if we don't, we are knowingly destroying those values by not having a C2.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Riddington. I didn't see it at any time. So I'm sorry, I will put you in the speaking list. I'm sorry, Councillor Butterfield, I didn't see you. Councillor Patterson, please.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions before I state my position on this. One of those questions is just noting where the land is and seeing that the potential of the, I suppose, the northern aspect from the Greyhound track there. Is that something that could be like other properties around that? Mr. Maven's is one coming to mind. Is that something that could be filled on that particular, I suppose, go northeastern corner to actually utilise some of that land? And then would that land then have restrictions on the rest of it? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Jackson, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, essentially any proposals to modify, fill, substantially fill or alter the land would have to come through a planning process and would have to be assessed on its merits based on the specifics of each proposal.
Yeah, so based on that, I'm going against this amendment just because of I know it's only a small sum, the SRV that we're looking at, and the ongoing compliance and maintenance costs, and the ongoing need for properties that can be partly utilised by our community, and that may be residential, that may be low-cost housing, could be industrial, commercial for one section of it. So I think it's not a good move, noting that there is lots of other places in our shire that have those ecological zonings. I think it's I'll be voting against this to actually put this out on the market to sell with restrictions on parts of that land that would go through council sort of like DA process.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield and then Councillor Riddington, please.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the qualifications and degrees and everything else that others have to understand a lot of this, but with an RU2 on that land, or possibly, what can and or possibly can't happen? What could you actually use for? Can you build for it? They're worried about the wetlands. Can you basically divide that off so they can't touch the wetlands? Like, I can't see anyone doing anything with wetlands. They already got properties adjoining it. I don't understand the need to hold on to it, because the wetlands, whoever gets it is not going to use wetlands anyway. That's my way of thinking anyway. So what can RU2, what can you do with a property?
Mr. Jackson, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the current RU2 rural landscape zone, the objectives are to encourage sustainable primary industry production by maintaining and enhancing the natural resource base, maintain the rural landscape character of the land, and to provide for a range of compatible land uses, including extensive agriculture. So permitted without consent, you could do environmental protection works, extensive agriculture, forestry, home-based childcare and home occupations. And then with consent, permitted with consent, you can have agriculture, air transport facilities, airstrips, animal boarding or training establishment, aquaculture, boat launching ramps, boat sheds, camping grounds, caravan parks, cellar door premises, cemeteries, charter and tourism boating facilities, community facilities, crematoria, dual occupancies, dwelling houses, eco-tourist facilities, environmental facilities, extractive industries, farm buildings, flood mitigation works, freight transport facilities, group homes, heavy industries, helipads, home businesses, home industries, hospitals, industrial training facilities, information and education facilities, jetties, liquid fuel
That's okay.
depots.
I've got the.
Yeah, go on. It ends with boating facilities.
Just
Prohibited backpackers accommodation, hotels and motels, and service departments.
thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, but we just add to that, with that long list, any of those would have to be assessed, and given this is in the floodway, then clearly there'd be pretty strong restrictions on the vast majority of those things, I think. So
Is there any
they're
way?
technically permissible, but they'd have to go through all that necessary planning.
Yeah. So with the wetlands, as obviously worried about, is there any restrictions you could possibly put restrictions on that, or is it just basically you can only zone that whole part RU2? You can't sort of go say C2 and RU2. You couldn't do that.
Mixture of zonings is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Jackson, yes.
Council can choose to apply different zonings, and we may have to subdivide. I'd need to confirm whether we need to subdivide the lot to apply a zone to different parts of a lot. But yeah, we could certainly do a mixture of things. But I think, as stated, any planning applications would need to be assessed against the obvious flooding constraints as well as all the environmental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington, and then Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just so that I can get it in my head on the time frame, if we're looking at 5 years at least to assess any future changes. So, okay, how's the CLEP going? So the CLEP review, I really, really appreciated the March submission to the Minister. Loved it. Thank you. So how's the rest of it? Time frame. That's I'm asking. How long is the CLEP going to take, do you think? And then wouldn't it have to come to council for approval? Then wouldn't it have to come for rezoning? Then wouldn't it have to have a value later? And how long do you reckon that could be? 5 years?
Through Mr. Mayor.
Mr. General Manager, we'll have a go.
We're actually going to do a briefing on the time frame for the CLEP in June. Yeah, June, I think it is, that we determined a DLT this week when we can first fit it in. And that will give you that overall time frame. I guess the way both of these, the original recommendation and the motion that's actually been moved by Councillor Bain, both of these link any rezoning and potential future sale of this to the development of the CLEP. So nothing's going to happen with that. The CLEP's likely to take 18 months or so to be finalised. So you've actually got that process you need to actually work through. One of the things just to be aware of from a councillor point of view, and the way that the CLEP's actually finally signed off by the state government, it's not actually council approved, but it needs final sign off from the state government. One thing they may question, we don't know, but one thing they may question is, given that whole other area there is RU2, and hence that's why the staff recommendation was to keep it in that, to have this little 15 hectare pocket in the middle of it that's zoned something totally differently, they may question that. They may approve it, they may not. At the end of the day, if they do question it, it may be an issue for them. The other way you could word that point 3, because you could actually, the way it is, we've just been talking about, it can be read two ways. Includes the site for review in the plan to rezone it. So does that mean that we consider it in the rezoning, or is it a directive to make it that CU2? Mm-hmm. It can be read either way. So it needs to be clarified one way or the other as to, and the issue you've got here, I think, is that if you direct us straight away to do that, you're doing that without our direct planner's advice to actually give you that information to actually make that decision. If you want more information in relation to this and a longer discussion about it, you can actually defer this item. I wasn't going to say that, but you can actually defer this item if you wanted more professional advice on what the options are there.
Councillor Riddington, did you have any
I
further?
do have a follow-up. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. So my thinking is I never like to preempt the CLEP. I take your point on the C2, but I also take your point on the previous motion that we're then going on to saying, okay, if the CLEP gets approved and R2D2 gets approved, then what we have then is a process for sale. I can't support that motion. I can support this, but maybe defer this and then get some more information on the C2, or maybe Councillor Bain might like to change that depending on what the CLEP comes out at.
So, just to be clear, that wasn't a question, and
Well, I thought it was.
Your question, that's a question to Councillor Bain. Otherwise, I would have ruled it out of order. Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Bain, please.
Oh, sorry, that was just me at the end saying perhaps
Yep.
Councillor Bain might like to consider it.
Yes, Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at through financial sustainability eyes, do we have an approximate cost of what it costs in rates per year? And is it a weeds and rubbish hotspot, or is that a minimal cost?
Mr. Trotter, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I've looked back sort of over the last 5 years and looked at things like weeds. So that site, on average, was about $5,000 a year for weed management because it is in that riparian zone. We do pick up sort of, all those sorts of riparian area weeds. Illegal dumping is another hotspot. It's convenient to town, a little bit out of the way. It sort of didn't correlate year to year, but basically every cleanup was close to $10,000. So that's sort of the the cost in those areas. Maintaining fencing as well, riparian area once again. So fences do need to be fixed up after certain events, and then also the rates, which I don't have an exact number for the rates. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Councillor Bain, you have questions. You can't actually talk to your own motion until it closes. Okay, so you're next, Councillor Bain, and then we've got Councillor Saul and then Councillor Wyatt again with questions.
Thank you. Through you, firstly, can I respond to that? I would be happy to amend that to say.
Yes, you're answering a question. Thank you.
I'm answering a question. And includes the site in the review of the CLEP 2013 and consider rezoning rather than directing. I absolutely take that on board. That's why I sent it out yesterday so that people could give me feedback. So I'm happy to amend that to consider rezoning rather than being directive. Thank you very much for clarifying. The question through you, Mr. Mayor, would be: would the grazing of cattle be allowable under RU2?
He's nodding. Mr. Jackson would say yes.
I'd need to confirm in detail, but based on that list of approved uses, extensive agriculture, I would suggest grazing of cattle would fall within that category.
Thank you. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in light of what I've heard this afternoon in the chamber, I will be foreshadowing that we go back to the original motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Wyatt, a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on the ecological health of that property. He mentioned that there's management costs of around $5,000 for riparian weeds and maybe another 10 in rubbish removal, or 10 total. If you partnered with, I'm sure if we could contact someone like Macleay Landcare, but we could partner with someone to do some ecological restoration on that work. There's a whole bunch of volunteers. There's a whole bunch of grant opportunities available under wetlands and environmental trusts, all sorts of grants available, and we could actually improve the eco health of that property and maybe even increase the environmental credits, the eco credits in time. This is my comment around the cost. That's wondering, do you know if that land is that does it have a benefit of being, you know, a flow or like a water storage or a flow effect for Rudders Lagoon? So if if you've got cattle grazing through it, will that not affect the flow and the water storage capacity of when it comes through Rudders Lagoon there? Because it's on Gill Creek.
There's no one with an answer for you.
I could possibly.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The land, is currently on essentially the northern section of Rudders Lagoon. And if it was, I guess if you're suggesting if cattle were grazed on it, which hasn't been suggested, but if that was the case, then the land would be clearer, which would mean it would have greater storage capacity and greater flow.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to follow, but retention of vegetation can actually be can enhance the storage capability and prevent flooding. Like that can be a flood mitigation measure, not necessarily the storage, like pool as a storage, but yeah, that was more my incline, is like having vegetation there is energy dissipation.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, it's nothing major, but maybe I've missed it somewhere along there. It says sewer land. Has actually been used for any type of sewerage, or is it just part of your thing management?
Mr. Trotter, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, the area was bought for sewage infrastructure. Back in time, low places were sort of prime places to put that sort of infrastructure because they could get gravity, to those particular infrastructure. As we know, particularly, wastewater treatment plants, sewer treatment plants, and floodways don't really, interact too well together. The way of thinking now is, we do build a bit higher and have basically, pressurized systems to pump higher, so we're not basically damaging the infrastructure in those sort of natural disaster events, and B, not losing the contents of the treatment plants into those riparian areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one wishing to speak. Councillor Patterson? Yes.
Thanks. Got a couple of questions. One of them's about the costs. This would have to be also covered by council because it's council owned. It would also be covered by council's liability insurance. Have we got an estimation on that?
Mr. General Manager?
It would just be part of our overall thing. It would have insignificant impact on that.
Okay. So far, us as a council, remember we're working together. I remember fairly well the meeting down at the cinema talking about the SRV, saying that we're going to move forward and our future SRV may be less if we can look at managing our costs and realising some of our assets. This is one of them. That's what I believe. So, we need to show the community that, this land, while it will have restrictions on it, if it's sold to an owner will be looking after the fence. An owner will be cleaning out the rubbish that gets dumped. An owner will be managing the site. An owner may choose to run a few cattle on there. That's totally the cost to the owner, not to council, not to the ratepayers. That's what we want to try and avoid with these unutilised council land parcels. Also, this is in the vicinity of the new medical centre and shops that's going to be developed in South Kempsey. And has South Kempsey, and this is a question related to the South Kempsey master plan, I believe we had that went through here about 2 years ago, looking at options for development and zoning in South Kempsey. Has this been looked at in those eyes? Like, has that been, let's just say a parcel of land that could be utilised for that report that we had here of possibilities for the future of South Kempsey. That's a question.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the South Kempsey Master Plan, I think it was probably 6 or 7 years ago. But yeah, it's not a parcel of land that we'd consider using generally for community purposes like sports fields or anything like that.
Yep.
There's clear directions around what's built around the South Kempsey Reserve, the large South Kempsey Reserve there, in terms of public open space. It also backs onto another section further up of Gills Bridge Creek that comes around there. That's all E2 zoning, and that runs back up into the industrial estate there on the western side of the railway as well. But we certainly wouldn't be considering that for any general use. Could it be developed as Councillor White or Councillor Bunker said, it's a bit more of a wetland and things like that. We did that at Borders Lane, so technically, yes, it can, but you've just got to be able to fund that and then have the resources to look after it on an ongoing basis as well.
Yep. So that's the reason supporting the SRV moving forward in our recommendations that we all agreed to, I think it was possibly by one person, that we need to be looking forward to where we can save our expenses moving forward and realise unused council assets, and this is one of them.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further debate? No further debate. I'll ask Councillor Bain to close debate, please.
Marangu, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll just reiterate that the amount that we would be saving or recouping on this land is negligible in the big picture of things and would not move the needle on the financial sustainability. I'd like to again thank Director Trotter for the work that was done in some water testing above the wetland and the and providing me with the data, which is shows that the water is very good quality. Okay, so we've got good quality water there going into the wetland. If we were to sell this wetland, we have no control or very little control over what is done with it. It is, and I respectfully might disagree with Director Jackson that if cattle were grazed on there in dry times, which is what wetlands are used for grazing cattle in dry times, then the area gets compacted and it no longer has the ability to support the biodiversity, to slow down water and contain water. So there may then be alternate risks. We get more flooding. We get, there are long-term risks, financial risks. What I'm asking is we defer this and we give it a few years. Things will change. I know some councillors don't believe that we do have climate change. However, we acknowledge it in our community strategic plan and in our operational plan that we need to be preparing for a changing climate. It may well be that biodiversity values change over time. I think 5 years is a modest amount of time to hold off on it and have a think. And I would ask my colleagues to support this amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We're voting on the motion before us. It's not amended. It's the actual motion we're dealing with that's right before us. And I'm going to ask for a vote. Is there any dissent on the motion before us?
But just clarity, please. Clarity.
Yes, Councillor Patterson.
So we're not voting on the amendment. We're voting on the original.
The motion that's in front of us, Councillor Patterson. No, that's not quite it either.
Change number 3.
Set number 3 to consider rezoning. We'll get clarity, Councillor Patterson.
That's what your vote is not.
And consider rezoning the land. That's in point 3, Councillor Bain.
Yeah.
That's a motion before it.
Yeah, it's not an amendment.
It's because it's the motion before it's the amendment. Yes, that's always the case. Thank you. So I'll ask again, is there any dissent with the motion before us? That's 5, it's defeated. Saul and Ring. Yep. The foreshadowed motion is the original motion that is put by Councillor Saul. Dean, Councillor Saul, would you like to speak to the foreshadowed motion, which is now the motion before us?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Back to the original. My apologies. I do need a seconder. Councillor Saul and Councillor Patterson is seconding.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be very brief because time is ticking on very quickly. Mr. Mayor, in the room, we've heard different costings for this property, and that's quite a substantial cost to the ratepayer. Weed management, fencing, maintenance of this property is not cheap. Let's get this point. And I do think that if we can offload this, it will show good state to the community that we are trying to do our best to get costs down. And no doubt, if it goes to the sewer scheme, it'll be a benefit to long term for all of us. So let's get rid of this and move on to something else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have other speakers, Councillor White, followed by Councillor Riddington.
I mean, very, very interesting terms. Let's get rid of it because it's a cost of the money. You can make a lot of, I mentioned that you can get grants to this. I have one in my own job is like over $1 million worth of grants to do ecological restoration. This does not have to be a burden on council to come up with 10 grand. It's not 10 grand a year. It would be whatever it is, but very fitting terms. Let's get rid of it because it's of no value. It is of value. And it will be, ruined if it's not protected. And get rid of it. That's very fitting.
Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going back to the original motion. Could I have that on the screen, please?
It is.
Oh,
That's the recommendation
Um,
at the start.
no, it's not.
it's different.
At the I've got.
Authorise the general manager. Again,
That's the original. No, it's not.
it is.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, it's just formatted wrong.
A different length of line. Sorry, Councillor Riddington.
That's all right.
It's original. one.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, sorry.
Look, hello. I don't really need that. Thanks very much.
Councillor
I'm
Patterson.
trying to get the format. No, I'm talking to you because you made the comment.
Don't need to
Okay.
make any comments at all. Councillor Riddington,
Right.
your turn to speak.
My thinking is we've gone through this discussion. The CLEP, it's the CLEP. The CLEP that has to be reviewed first up. The sale may or may not come later. I want to do an amendment that gets rid of number 3. I note the outcome of the ecological advice. I include include this side in the Kempsey Local Environment Plan. I don't agree with R2, but however, we'll see how we go. But why are we doing a motion that's going to come down the line in the future to sell this piece of land when we haven't even done the CLEP? I don't agree with it at all.
You have an amendment.
I do.
Could you explain it again to me, please? Because I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, just remove number 3.
Okay.
I mean, I find that really presumptive. There's no way. I mean, I'll go on record. I will not support preempting of the CLEP. I've said it 3 times in this particular meeting. I won't approve following the rezoning because we don't even know whether the rezoning will occur or not.
Right.
So I won't support that. I want that amendment.
We don't need to speak
please.
it. We need a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Wyatt. You wish to
just
address the technical issues. Thanks, Mr. General Manager.
I think probably just to pick up on what Councillor Riddington is saying, you may wish to include a third one, and that is after the CLEP is finalised, a report on this site comes back to council.
I just find I can't do a future for a new council. I can't preempt what the CLEP's going to do. I don't know what zoning the CLEP's going to come up with, and I'd really like some help on wordsmithing the RU2.
Councillor Riddington, are you accepting the suggestion from the General
I'm
Manager?
accepting the General Manager's suggestion because I think it's a good one.
Yep.
But I want some advice on how to reword to rezone the land to RU2, because I don't know what the CLEP's going to come up with, and I really hate preempting things in the future.
Mr. General Manager,
Yeah,
any suggestions from helping?
Yeah, you could, again, with number 2, the staff recommendation for the RU2 is because that's what is, as it says, it's compatible with all the land in that area. You could leave that part blank and just allow it to go through the CLEP review and for it to be rezoned how the CLEP review finds suitable.
That'd be
So
great.
you'd actually just finish that. Point 2 includes this site in the review of the local environment plan 2013, full stop.
Yep.
And you
I
actually allow the
really-
process to take its course and it be rezoned how it needs to be rezoned.
Correct.
And a point 3, bring back to a future.
And
council.
point 3, bring back a future report on the site.
Correct. Thank you.
You could do that.
Righto. Let me get that up. Thank you. So we have a new point 3 in this amended motion being put by Councillor Whittington. Excuse me, this is an amendment to the original motion put by, that had been foreshadowed by Councillor Saul. We now deal with the amendment. If it's lost, we go back to the one that Councillor Saul moved.
You do accept the amendment. There's the option to accept the amendment, I believe.
Councillor Saul, would you accept that?
Mr. General Manager, what would that mean if I were to accept that into the motion? Would that delay a sale? Would that negate a sale? Or are we just sitting on our hands?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it wouldn't necessarily negate a sale or stall a sale. It would just mean that there'd be a further report that would come back to council. So you'd still go through the original staff recommendation. You'd go through that. There wouldn't be a specific clause in there to go for RU2 or C3 to be let the process take care of itself in that rezoning process. A report would then come back to council, and depending on the staffing that's actually here and the views then, from a financial sustainability point of view, and I take Councillor Bain's point that it's not going to move much on the scale of things, but the sewer fund is in desperate need of funds. The funding from this can go to that, which reduces the loans, which reduces interest, et cetera, et cetera. So while it's only small, it does have a flow-on impact in terms of finances, and every little bit of what we're trying to do at the moment actually helps. But it doesn't really, accepting this, Councillor Saul, doesn't really stop any of that potentially from happening in the future, because we'd bring out a report, and if it's felt that they should still sell it, that would still be sold. If there were changes in biodiversity, offset schemes, things like that, that made it more valuable, that could be reported at that time.
Councillor Saul, it's up to you. Do you want to accept it or just have it as a standalone amendment and come back to yours if it's lost?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think I'll have a standalone.
Are you again not accepting the amendment?
Yes, I won't accept it, no.
Okay, thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment that's before us on the screen? Councillor Whittington, you'll be closing.
Yeah.
I know you won't be closing in a minute.
I won't.
No.
Can I say something?
You can speak to it, yes, and then I'll come to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I'd really like to say to Councillor Saul, I take your point, but this isn't about selling the land right now. It's about having a CLEP review and with the possibility of selling it. The one that you have put up leads on automatically from an assumption that the zoning will be RU2, and then from that, the land will be sold. I really don't like to deal with assumptions. I like to deal with what we've got before us, like a report, a review, let the CLEP do its work, and then the new council, whoever's on that at the time, can make that decision.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please, and Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. I'll just ask through to possibly Mr. Jackson And there was a question earlier on that if this sale of land went through as it is, as Councillor Saul's amendment, and that I seconded, if it went through as it is, there was a comment made that there's no protection and what's going on there. You know, we've got no say in what happens there. I think differently. I think council has protections. They have DA processes, they have development processes. Because I have a comment off a director who may be able to put that in more light, that there is protections, there is restrictions.
Yeah, and DAs have conditions, and that's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, any development on the land will be subject to the full assessment under the relevant regulations and legislation, which do include obviously important consideration of environmental factors. You know, it is that legislation which has brought on the concept of these offsets and these other schemes and biodiversity schemes. So yes, any development which would occur on this land would be subject to the same protections as occur anywhere else. And obviously the position that it's in with relation to flooding and being currently a wetland would be a factor that would be a key consideration in those deliberations regarding any approvals given. In terms of the land itself, basically at the point it is now, again, anything that occurs to that land now, whether it's illegal dumping, whether it's illegal clearing, any other illegal activity, would be subject to the full force of the law through compliance actions if and when we become aware of it, and that would remain.
So at the moment, when we're addressing compliance actions there, council's footing the bill. I'm just speaking again for the fact that we need to start addressing the SRV by realising, I think that's the word that Councillor Saul was looking for, realising unused assets that council has. When he said just get rid of it, I appreciate that's where we all aren't educated in the same place. But in realising this, with restrictions, with the sale of the land, we just move forward and start ticking those boxes to address the SRV. While it may not be, and it may not sound like it's much, but that's just a bit of an estimation what we heard earlier. But that has a compound, as Mr. Mitchell described, that has a compound effect on borrowings, on delivering the programs that we have in front of us. For instance, $200 million worth of sewer infrastructure to build. We've addressed already the community that we're going to look at doing what we're talking about doing right now, and that's why I believe we need to do it. We need to realise this unused council asset that has restrictions on it already, and move on, and let the purchaser bear all the costs, not the ratepayer.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. You were speaking against the amendment, I presume. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick procedural question. Where an amendment is not accepted by the mover, doesn't it then go to a vote?
No.
Or is it only?
No, we then debate the amendment, which we're doing.
Oh, okay. Then it goes to a vote.
And then goes to vote.
Okay.
If it's defeated,
Yep.
we then go back to the original motion that's being dealt with. And this is amendment to Councillor Saul's motion at this time.
Yep. And if I may just speak
Yes.
against it as well. My concern is, and I understand that the native species that may be there, but my concern is if we keep saying it's only one more report, it's only a very small amount of money, it's not going to affect our financial line, those do all add up. And I think I gave myself a bit of a commitment that I'm going to try and do a bit of a hard line on SRV stuff and not impose more work on staff and more reports. And I'd do all I could to, it may not negate having SRV now, but it will put us in a better picture the other side and may negate needing another one. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering in what situation in the review of the CLEP would we consider not selling the land?
Well, we'd need a result on it, I guess.
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager?
Yes, right. The two, I guess, are exclusive. We'll go through the review of the CLEP. But even before that's actually done, and even after, and then after that's done, we'll continue to look for assets that council own that we no longer need for, operational or community purposes. And that's what's occurred in this place. We've identified that it's certainly not needed for what it was purchased for sewer infrastructure. We don't foresee council needing for other areas, so therefore we put the recommendation up to sell it. So that will go on anyway, even while the CLEP review is actually occurring.
So regardless of the outcome of the CLEP review, you would still advise that this land should be sold?
That would depend on the outcome of the review, how it's actually zoned and what the value of it is at that point in time. But where we sit now with what we know, unless there were some pretty substantial changes, would recommend the sale of that land in the future. Yes, absolutely, because it is surplus to requirements. Council has made a very clear direction to us as staff that financial sustainability is the number one priority for the organisation. And if that's the case, then that's what we'd actually still be recommending.
And you're basing the fact that you don't think the land would be rezoned substantially from what you think because of all the zoning of the land around it?
But based on
General Manager, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on my experience and advice I've been given, the state government would certainly look very carefully if there was a 15-hectare site that's zoned very differently to the area around it. They would look very carefully at that to see whether they would accept that or not. And we have had most times when they do not accept those sorts of things. Even at a C3 zoning, we'd have to get that revalued, but it's still surplus to our requirements. It is protected by a whole range of planning legislation that Mr. Jackson's actually already outlined in compliance in those sorts of areas. So, again, it's very hard to say that if this has to wait for 18 months, would we definitely put it up to council to sell. But, on the balance of probabilities, yes, we probably would.
Sorry, what's the significance in terms of monetary, whatever, spending, staff time, whatever, in this amendment? Like, does this impact on people's time and resources and things like that?
Yeah, through
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor. In terms of staff time, it won't change much at all from what we do. What it would require is just an extra report after the CLEP's finalised. The original recommendation of council, if that was adopted, of the staff, if that was adopted, the review would be done. Assuming it goes into that RU2 zone, we would then proceed with the sale of the land. What this does is said, go through the review, then bring it back to council at that time after the review is completed with a recommendation about what we do. So it's actually writing that second report. So it's not a major impact on staff time.
Thank you. Councillor Bain and then Councillor Whittington, please.
Writing Boom, Mr. Mayor. Two questions. The surrounding lands, which are RU or RU2, are they wetlands or are they higher land? That's question one.
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It does vary. There's definitely wetlands in there. The whole wetland section is the RU2, but there's also the stretches a bit either side. Yeah,
okay, so they're privately owned wetland. Yeah.
Yep.
And the other question was, if we were to accept the Councillor Saul's motion, that would commit us to selling the land. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Would commit a future council to selling the land.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager.
Yes, it does. Just maybe overreading what Councillor Bain says, every council makes decisions that impacts on future councils. But yeah, it doesn't cut off at the end of the 4 years. I might be overreading that, but
I'm not.
Councillor Riddington, you've got some questions.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not overreading it at all. I believe that this is a decision that needs to be made after the CLEP has gone through its review process.
Councillor Riddington, you've spoken to the amendment. You can't speak to it again.
No. Well,
you can have a question. I'm sorry.
Get it.
And that's the rules. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was sort of reading all this, and what Councillor Ring to put up did make sense, and I was looking at that. But after the questions from Councillor Ring, to me, it almost seems like it's a foregone conclusion that council doesn't want the land, and yes, I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor White, are you asking questions or speaking to it?
Speaking in favour of the motion?
Yes.
Yes. So when we talked about the Crescent Head loop road before, there's a lot of discussion, particularly from Councillor Patterson, about holistic planning and having thought processes around. Like the Kempsey Local Environment Plan is the ultimate planning tool which sets down what we can do with our land uses right across the Shire. It goes out to public consultation, it goes to the state government for approval, that's where the professional bodies sit. We've heard here that the state government might not like 15 hectares in the middle, that is an RU2 zone, but we don't know that. They may be sitting on a wetland strategy for New South Wales or a koala strategy or whatever species you said. It could be an SOS species that is a target species in their program. And they may say, yay, fantastic, Kempsey Council, look what you're doing. You've actually ticked one of the high box profiles for managing biodiversity in this state. We cannot preempt what a state government decision maker is going to decide on what our zoning comes up with. So I say three things. One is this is the LEP is the ultimate planning tool that we have, and it is a statutory planning tool. It has oversight by the state government, and it's gazetted, and it also goes out to community consultation. We're sitting around here, we're deciding right now, perhaps let's offload it, let's get rid of it, let's sell it, without community consultation. LEP, community consultation, let the community decide. Have we not learnt our lesson about making decisions for this community without them? It's for them, about them, with them. So I'm supporting that. Let's leave it to the Kempsey Local Environment Plan to decide what that zoning is going to be.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll be speaking in favour of the amendment. The first part of the amendment is just noting that we've looked at biodiversity and it's not financially viable. The second bit, and the most important bit, is including the site, as Councillor White just said, in a review of the Kempsey Local Environment Plan. That's all it's asking to do. And at some point when that is finalised, the then council will decide on whether to sell the land, or, as preempted by Councillor Bain, there's a possibility that the biodiversity values change. So we don't know, and we shouldn't be voting. And I ask all councillors who've been thinking about which way they're voting to reconsider. If you're not supporting this, consider carefully. We're looking to the future. We're looking to make a decision that affects the future of this land and the biodiversity of the land into the future. So I'm suggesting you support the amendment because it's a sensible way to deal with this land. Councillor Ferguson, you've spoken to it already, haven't you?
May I ask a question?
You may ask a question, yes.
We've covered the cost of the report in the situation, but does the amendment point 3, it doesn't affect the timeline of what's going on because the land wouldn't have been sold until it was zoned accordingly anyway?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, with no further speakers, I will now put the amendment. Is there any dissent? There's 3. Thank you. I declare it carried. It is now the motion. We know. And do we have to vote on it again? Now that the amendment is the motion, I now put it again. This is the motion before us, the one that was the amendment. It's now the motion. Is there any dissent on the motion before us? No, I declare it carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move to 11.2. Rescission motion. And it's a rescission motion on public forum non-agenda items. It was put up by
Butterfield and Bain get confused because they both end in B.
Right, that will be
Councillor
corrected.
B.
Thank you for picking up on that. So we're coming to 11.2, the rescission motion. And it's been put forward by Councillor Patterson, Councillor Butterfield and Councillor Saul. Could I presume, Councillor Patterson, that you'll be moving the rescission motion? Yes. And seconded by Councillor Saul. Councillor Patterson, you've got to convince the councillors that we should rescind that motion from March.
Just recently, we've had good reasons once again why we need to deal with matters that are in front of council and council business. You imagine today if we had 5 more speakers that would come in to speak to us on non-agenda items, that they could make statements that were false, demeaning. Some of that mud would stick and some of it has stuck. We have had this before. Why this came around, where the public forum was on agenda items only, was the fact that when people came up to speak at a council meeting, they spoke about those agenda items that we were here to make a decision about. Council's time is very precious. If someone wants to bring up any issue at all, all the council's phone numbers are listed, all the council's emails are listed. People, all us councillors live in this community. All us councillors have done and do bring items up to council staff for clarity and also for putting them in contact with the right person. So I'm looking for support from all council that these non-agenda items do not become part of, or do not have any part of our council meetings. And could I ask one question as well? What are at the moment in our code of meeting practice, which is given to us by the local government New South Wales, our code of meeting practice is to do what with council in the public forum? What are the public forum meant to be done? What are they meant to be talking about in a council meeting? What are our guidelines?
So the guidelines come from the model code of meeting practice, and then councillors, with advice from staff, amend and improve and adapt to local conditions. And that's why if you look in the actual code of meeting practice, there's green and red parts, there's mandatory bits and there's non-mandatory bits. And that's how it comes about, Councillor Patterson. So I'll ask Mr. General Manager to add to that, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Correct that the OLG issued those model guidelines. Council has adopted those with a number of changes back in 2019, and then subsequently with our new council as well. What's being proposed, the OLG will permit what is being proposed by Councillor Bain. However, they've also made it very, very clear that public forums, and a quote from the guidelines, public forums should operate as an input into council decision-making at meetings. This means they should be focused on the matters under consideration at council meetings and not permit free-ranging discussion on other matters that are not being dealt with at the meeting. The issue that the OLG saw, and the reason council has adopted best practice for the last 5 years, is that items that come through non-agenda items don't have the opportunity for public exhibition prior to the meeting. They just get heard at that particular point in time. And despite all the rules and regulations and the control of the chair, people will still potentially say things that are inappropriate or out of line or put council in a less than favourable light, and that poses a risk to council.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please. You only had one question, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a question that I'm following on with that.
Oh, good.
I'm down there in 3 minutes and 9 seconds.
$3.09 to go. Yes, go for it. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah. Thank you. So I have had the fortune, you could call it fortune, of being in that council all those years ago, where we have had people coming from the floor and bringing up so much misinformation and so much slander on council. No matter what you say, no matter what you can do afterward, some of that sticks, especially when some of that has been intimidation over the years that I have seen. We have had people speaking on non-agenda items that could have been dealt with just by one phone call to any of us councillors, by one conversation, by one ease of contact. We need, as councillors and council, to promote how to contact with council, how that we can contact the service centre, we can ring them, we can go in and talk to them, we can email them. We can ring, email, or talk to any councillor here, and there's quite a number of directors and managers and the general manager that actually lives in this community, and they can also be contacted and things can be brought up with those. So we need to make sure that our council meetings are here to do business and conduct business on the agenda items. I look forward to the support of all councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Riddington, please, and then Councillor Bain.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Patterson. I really think that I really like this previous motion that Councillor Bain put up. I wasn't here in March, as we all know. This particular rescission motion, I can see the fact that you would like to control what is on the agenda. I get that. The thing is, our community has proven to us that they like to address stuff. I get phone calls, emails every day, and I get answers through the staff, and the staff are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I think if we had a very clear process of how the speakers and the topics on which they were going to speak was presented, rather than online. I take Mr. McGowan's point of view. He doesn't do online. There's a lot of people who don't do online. It's rather a clunky website to navigate. If we had a clear process of what people wanted to speak about, and we had a clear, if you like, filtering system, I don't know that it should be put onto the general manager to decide who gets to talk and who doesn't get to talk. We also have a new council commencing in October this year. I would like to maybe go to committee as a whole to discuss this, because I have an idea, and maybe we could trial Councillor Bain's previous motion for a while until we get to the new council where they have the new code of meeting practice. Because I don't know that the community are going to really respect this particular motion and rescission motion because of, in fact, Councillor Wyatt's statement of the trust bucket. Our trust bucket is pretty empty at the moment, and I'd like to fill it up a bit. So I would like to go in and move the motion of going into a committee as a whole so we can really free range this subject, please.
Well, just so you be clear, Councillor Riddington, we can't amend the original motion, that the one that's being rescinded.
Well, can I foreshadow it?
No, you can't, because if it's not rescinded, it stands as a decision of March Council.
Okay.
If it is rescinded, then there's a replacement. No, there's no replacement motion.
There's no replacement motion.
No replacement motion, so you can't foreshadow a replacement motion.
For nothing.
Nothing. No,
So it's a double negative.
Yeah. So what you would have to do is move a notice of motion that's different, as you are suggesting, And it can't be similar to Councillor Baines because it would be the similar work and you can't, similar decision, and you can't have a similar decision within 3 months. And so we're only debating whether we rescind or not rescind this time. I'm sorry, that's
okay. That's okay. Okay, I'll shut up now, and I will say that I am not voting for a rescission motion.
Thank you. I had Councillor Bain and Councillor White and then Councillor Ferguson.
Marangu, Mr. Mayor. I would like to address some of the points that have been raised. I mean, we went through this whole debate at the last meeting. So, firstly, the Office of Local Government allows local variations to meet specific local needs. Now, I would propose that we have a trust issue with our community and that this is a way to rebuild that trust. I believe that the addressing non-agenda items was changed because of an Office of Local Government change in the Code of Meeting Practice. I didn't understand that it was because people were being disruptive or bringing council into disrepute. I've got a couple of questions about that in a minute. Oh, well, actually, can I stop the clock and go to 2 questions, please?
Yes, we've already done that.
3 questions.
Precedent's been set. So, Councillor Butler, your questions.
Prior to the change in Code of Meeting Practice, were these agenda items from the floor, or was there a process where people applied to speak?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, there was a process where they still applied.
Thank you, because Councillor Patterson stated that it was that people spoke from the floor, which is quite different from applying to speak. Were there guidelines in how they could speak? Guidelines in managing the process?
They need to make an application, and in that they outline the topic that they were actually wanting to speak on. But again, they may have provided a précis, but that's the only detail they provided.
Yeah, as people that are speaking to agenda items do. And the time, one of the confusions after the council in March resolved the motion was after that there was additional information saying, oh, it would only be available for 1 meeting, but I believe that was clarified. So that would be a lot of work to do to make the change for 1 meeting. Through you, Mr. Mayor, how many meetings could we have this change for? Oh, actually, and how many meetings could we have this change for? And would it be worth giving it? Well, I'm proposing if there's a few, it's worth having a trial. I believe I sent an email outlining a timeline a while back.
I'm finding out now, Councillor Bain, and we'll get an answer. The timeline.
Okay.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yep. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the way that reads there at the moment, you would get a meeting in September and then maybe, we don't have a September meeting, sorry. Because the way that is at the moment, the way that reads, we will need to advertise it and then bring it back to council for adoption because it's different to what you originally wrote. So, rescind the resolution.
That's the resolution. That's one that was passed.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading the rescission. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, we reported it to May and then to go out for 2 months as required and then come back to council. So you're certainly not getting to this, using this in this term of council. Because at the moment, all you're doing is rescinding and the original motion that was adopted by council. Yeah. Yeah.
At this point, is it appropriate that I foreshadow an amended motion if this rescission motion is defeated?
No.
No. Okay.
Can't do that.
All right. Okay. So I'll just continue with this then. That I believe that there could be a variation on that timeline. So if people are speaking to non-agenda items and they apply and they give notice and we are trusting the chair to manage the meeting as he did very well last night. Last night we had 9 speakers and significant questions. It took 1 hour and 5 minutes. What I'm proposing is that priority would be given to speakers addressing matters on the agenda. There would have to be a development of guidelines and say, well, hang on, let's allocate a time frame that can be varied if it's required, but not filling up the agenda with filling up the public forum with non-agenda items. I believe too that there's some discrepancy in memory around the history of what happened when people were speaking to non-agenda items. I've spoken to a few past councillors who have a memory that actually not many people used it, but there is a memory that a couple of matters that people remember clearly that were successfully navigated by non-agenda items, but very few that were although there is a memory that there was disruption. We don't have any record of that now. Nowadays we have fantastic video and audio of our council meetings and public forums, so we can look back, but I'm just saying that there's a historical discrepancy between what actually happened, and that's often the case with memory. Phone numbers, yes, all councillors now have their phone numbers on the website, and I would like to also note how quickly that happened. The website was updated after it came to was brought to staff's attention during the council meeting that only 2 phone numbers were on the website, and that afternoon the website was updated. So updating a website has happened very rapidly, and I thank council staff for that. In order for more openness and more transparency, I believe this is a very minor issue. I'm quite surprised at the level of pushback, but I would support my colleagues to vote against this rescission motion and keep the original motion in place. I think if this rescission motion is defeated, do we then have to vote on the original motion again?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Patterson, you've already spoken to this, so
Question.
you have a question. Thank
I have
you.
a couple of questions. Through to the General Manager, if it's okay. In relation to this, the time and cost to staff, there's been a fair bit of a hoo-ha of today about taking staff away from things that they're dealing with that are on council papers, council business at the moment, about the costs, etc. General Manager, are you able to give us an idea of the time and the staff cost of setting up this priority selection, who will, can't be, for the possibility of this not even coming to this council?
Mr. General Manager.
As Councillor Bain mentioned when he was speaking, there are guidelines that need to be worked out to effectively implement this. And there is some thought that needs to go into that. That would be undertaken by our governance team and myself and the executive leadership team. Again, I'm only estimating things here off the run, but you're looking at, to do that, to get things like web forms updated and manual forms updated, to look at how we actually advertise those sorts of things, outlining what sort of information is required from speakers and how much detail there, all those sorts of things, dealing with what happens. If you've got four non-agenda items who want to speak and you're only taking 2, how do we actually manage that? How do you manage that if those lists of non-agenda item speakers continues to go? You're really talking about, certainly well in excess of, 10, 15 plus hours at least of the staff at this critical point in time when we're dealing with other priority areas.
So at the moment, this is a question. Do you think then that this is something that could be brought to a new council that would give council time to have the possibility of getting more time from council staff to do that and bring a recommendation back to a new council that will be asked by a new council? Do you think that is workable?
Councillor Patterson,
question.
Yeah, it's a question. I understand that, but it's almost asking the general manager to give an opinion. It is possible
Well,
for
based on
anything, and
ability.
I can give you the answer. Anything can be brought up in the new council.
There we
Unless the
go.
general manager wants to add to that.
Yeah, certainly, and I think we made this clear at last month's meeting from a staff's point of view. We believe it certainly is something that should be considered by the next council. It gives the new council the opportunity to put a whole range of things and is trying to slip this into the public forum the right way to do it, or are you better to set up, an hour or a half hour before the public forum and have this as an exclusive time for non-agenda items, which would give it its own profile, and you get rid of a whole range of implementation issues by doing that. So from a staff point of view, it's certainly something we believe that should be considered by the next council. Trying to squeeze it in now when you're racing up to an election pretty quickly, we don't believe is beneficial. And we have had experience of what it is like with non-agenda items being dealt with before.
Thank you. Follow up, and then I'm going to ask Councillor Ferguson. Mr. General Manager, talked about the hours that were needed to draw up the guidelines and the forms and so forth. When the non-agenda items, public forum speakers were allowed before under the previous code of meeting practice, were those guidelines in that code of meeting practice, and how did that get allowed to happen, and could we use any of what went on before in drawing up the new plans?
Through Mr. Mayor, there were no guidelines, and that's what created some of the issues with it and why people were able to speak on anything, and we did have issues with a number of those speakers with it because there were no guidelines. The choice of those were from memory determined by the mayor at the time as to who was permitted to speak and who wasn't permitted to speak. That's just from memory. I'd have to go back and double check all that.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm just speaking to it, but I'd also like correction if I'm wrong. As it is now, anyone can speak at a public forum as long as they follow the process to put it on the agenda. We possibly need to give some more education to the community on how they do that, because I've had people say to me, how do we do that? How do we address council? But they can speak on anything they like as long as it's on the agenda, and they can actually vote to have it on the agenda themselves. If we do have it on the agenda, it allows everyone to see it and have some background on it. It allows others to consider it, and that's both to support it or to speak against it. It lets us also discuss it and possibly deal with it at that meeting.
Yes.
So I believe the process is already there. It's probably a little bit more about education of how someone can get their non-agenda items put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield and then Councillor Bain.
I just want to ask a few questions. Nothing too dramatic. I think it was Councillor Whittington said something about the website being a little bit clunky, and sort of referring to Mr. McGowan. Is there a chance of maybe looking at the website, making it easier? And same as Mr. Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson sort of stated trying to educate and make it easier for everybody, because I'm still standing by what I said at the last council meeting. The fact that we have these public forums and time to time we do get a lot of speakers, we just get held up. So is there a way to make the website a little bit user friendly for people like Mr. McGowan and other avenues? And also, my second question, is there a way to cut that microphone? So when people start...
I've now cut your microphone. It's gone out. You have to press it again.
Yes,
it is possible. Thank you, Scott.
We'll just go to the first one. Is there a way we could look at maybe updating the website and, Councillor Ferguson said, make it a little bit more easier and educational.
Mr. General Manager, any suggestions on that?
The short answer is yes. We continue to try and improve our website and the forms. For people who can't access that, they can ring in and staff can assist them. So there are ways in place already for that to occur.
Yeah. And I just want to speak against it. I sort of started babbling on there before. I just find that with our public forums now and our meetings on the Mondays, again, went for an hour and 5 minutes. Not listening. Thank you. Went for an hour and 5 minutes. That's fine. With a very important topic for a lot of people, which to me I thought got blown out of proportion. But I just find that we continually go over time, run out of time to talk about what's on the agenda of a Monday, and therefore leads us into a Tuesday meeting with not being fully informed, or then have to contact relevant staff in the background during meetings or after the meetings to get to know what we need to know. I'm all for everyone having a free say, freedom of speech, but I still think there is plenty of avenues for people to do that as it stands now. Maybe we can fine tune it a bit, like I said, with website and other ways, like helping with Mr. McGowan, maybe helping him fill out the forms where need be. He said he's quite capable of getting from here to here, maybe a phone call to council to help him fill out the forms online. They could do it for him and submit them. I just don't think that we need to put any more pressure on councillors, staff and everyone else when we already have everything I see in place. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Butterfield, you're not speaking against the motion. You're speaking in favour of the rescission motion, is that correct?
Yeah.
You want to support the rescission motion?
To rescind.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're not speaking against it.
I think he misspoke.
It happens, and that's my job to help you make sure you know where you're going. Thank you. Councillor Bain, please, you have a question?
I just wanted to ask a question to clarify what Councillor Ferguson asked. Would it be correct to say that if somebody in the community wants to speak to an item, they need to then contact the councillor and discuss that item? The councillor then needs to write and submit a notice of motion, which then gets put onto the business papers and then is published on the Tuesday night. And then they can apply by Friday at noon to speak on that item. What the alternative that we discussed, I'm just asking if you can confirm this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So if it was to be a non-agenda item, then they could just apply and speak to it if there was room on the agenda, on the room in the public forum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, just making sure. Councillor Wyatt, are you asking questions or talking?
Both.
Have you've already spoken once? You've asked questions once. It's on my list that you have spoken. I'm sorry. That's okay. Okay. My memory could be gone. Councillor Saul, you're after Councillor Wyatt, who's going to be speaking.
Yeah, I do. I'm just going to quick. Yeah, I think there are limited opportunities for the community to get issues on the collective radar of council and councillors. I think the public access forum is the best mechanism for them to have direct access to 8 councillors, 1 mayor, 1 GM and 3 directors. And for that group of people, us, to hear collectively equally and for us to have all the access to the information firsthand, non-filtered, no bad case of whispers and rumours. I think the current mechanisms aren't inclusive because we as councillors, we're not getting all the same information. Clear case in point was the Loop Road. And nor is the community. I think as councillors, we're not privy to the conversations or meetings that other councillors have unless we decide to share. Sometimes it makes it difficult to make an informed decision when the goalposts are different for each of us. Correct, there's a whole bunch of mechanisms that the community can get access into council. I agree with that. But the original motion, for me, this brings it all together. It allows that greater access and the public to present to this forum collectively on the same radar. I think the 2 motions last time were an attempt to diversify the methods and expand those opportunities, and I believe this is the intent here. And General Manager's talked a couple of times this one and in the last meeting about exploring other options and how community can make public representations, and I'm certainly keen to explore that. You mentioned an hour before, and last time we mentioned having a separate meeting, so I'm keen to explore that. Some councillors, we mentioned that we don't receive all the information, or sometimes there's an oversupply of written information. We question whether these forums are compulsory because we're all time poor. 100% agree. And for me, as someone who has severe, OCPD in preparing for these, like 30 pages of notes here. It would be a time saver for us to hear the information from the one person, direct and in person, firsthand, without having to read and interpret a dozen emails or have a little whisper here and have a little whisper there. So we don't have to wade through all of that. So I don't agree with that. And then my question is,
Point of order.
Yeah.
You don't agree with the motion that's there or the
Yeah.
rescission motion?
I don't support the rescission motion.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. At last meeting we talked about, and it's been brought up here too, about the Local Government Act. It does have a mechanism that allows an amendment to be made without public exhibition. And one of those is because its validity. I mean, I believe, and I don't have any criteria, that the validity of this amendment would be less than 12 months. Like, so what is the criteria? What makes us think that it would have to go out to public display? We're asking, what we voted on last time was access for people to talk on non-agenda items. How is that a significant change? And what's the criteria? How do you define a significant?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the previous resolution of council makes it clear that it's an amendment to the Code of Meeting Practice. And given the way that is actually wording, my reading of the way the Code of Meeting Practice needs to operate is that then needs to go on public exhibition. The staff have discussed this, and we do believe it is a substantial change. The inclusion of non-agenda items takes away from best practice that we've been doing for the last 5 years. It appears relatively simple, but as I said, guidelines need to be worked out. The community may wish to have some input into those guidelines. As councillors, you've been talking about, and this whole thing is about community having input. Well, by just jamming this in, you're actually denying them even the opportunity to have input into how the guidelines may operate for the selection of those people and the management of those. As the General Manager, I see some fairly significant issues in actually dealing with this that I've sent in an email to the councillors last week that need to be worked through to actually work out how this might work with it. So we do not see this as insubstantial. We do see this as substantial change, and therefore it needs to be, from our perspective, it needs to be advertised and go back out to the community to allow them what you've all been talking about most of the day, to have their input into council's decisions and councillors' policies and procedures.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Saul, who had his light on before, to speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, supporting the rescission motion. If you cast your mind back, councillors and staff, this was brought about because Councillor Ferguson mistakenly voted the wrong way, he stated. So, and he asked you to redo the motion, and you said no, it stood. Hence, the rescission motion was put in place to overturn that decision, and we get to go and have another vote about this again. That was the primary facie of why we're doing this today. Now, okay, it's fine. That's all right. All in good order.
No, I made the ruling on the votes I saw.
Yes, but that's fine. I mean, but the thing was, that's what was the basis behind this today. Mr. Mayor, two things. Now, last night was a surprise. We had a very short public forum compared to other times. We didn't ask the questions normally councillors may ask and do ask in other times. And for an hour, it's an aberration. Normally, it would go far longer.
Not anymore.
But if we actually had the non-agenda items included in that, it'd be quite substantial. And that would drag on. And by the time we actually got round to our actual briefing, it'd be almost time's up and everyone's getting more tired and more cranky. So the point, Mr. Mayor, is the best solution, I say, support the rescission motion and then pick another time to have your non-agenda items where people can come in and speak without too much restraint and difficulty. They can get up and just make to the councillors who are present there on their items they wish to express. Support the rescission motion, keep our meeting flowing as we do now, so we're not confusing it with non-agenda items and not being distracted by that either. By having a situation where we have an alternative time where they may come and speak, and then of course can be ensure that they're not speaking out of turn, it would definitely make it far better because they may be on camera like they are do in a public forum. And until education happens where people learn to not speak slanderously or defamingly, that would help. So, Mr. Mayor, support the rescission motion and then think of other alternatives to have that audience with the public who can come and speak to councillors, and perhaps it could be of a Wednesday before our other briefings. But something can be done. Let's not confuse the two issues, keep them separate, and make sure we don't end up dragging the chain and being here longer than we need to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Ferguson, you wanted to speak again?
Yeah, if I could just quickly clarify that decision of mine came up because of more information on the following motion that was similar. So that's where that came from. But I just had a question. The loop road came up as an example of something in favour, but it's also something, against, but it's also something in favour. There's been several criticisms lobbied towards fellow councillors today about why wasn't that item of the loop road put on the agenda. So isn't it a classic example of something that's come up without notice, not going very well? You know, if it had gone onto the agenda, then it would have had time for more people to research and see the background behind it.
I don't quite understand that, Councillor Ferguson.
Okay.
What wasn't on the agenda that we're dealing with at the moment?
No. We were arguing over whether things should be put on the agenda or not. And the loop road was commented that, you know, that was one example where it should have been. But
Yes.
in our meeting today, there was criticism saying, why wasn't it put on as a notice of motion in the agenda?
Yes.
Rather than it just coming up without notice.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm saying we should be putting things on the agenda, talking about them properly and seeing the background information.
Well, that's right. And this original motion that was put up by Councillor Bain was on the agenda as a notice of motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the rescission motion that we're discussing.
The rescission motion is also on the agenda. So
Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Ring, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak. I'm speaking in favour of this rescission motion, and it's because I believe that council has a number of processes already that allow the community to have a voice on certain matters. I think it dilutes our position as councillors in our ability to engage with the community and to bring matters up when they're needed. And I think it also does a kind of a disservice to our even to our IPNR framework. We have long-term strategies in place so council keeps on time and keeps delivering things in I guess like a timely and efficient manner. And I think in terms of state and federal parliament, you know, this same privilege is not afforded to the general public. So I don't see why as a council that we should afford this same privilege to the community when there are other avenues where they can raise their concerns. For example, if they wanted to meet with Michael Kemp, they could meet with Michael Kemp. They wouldn't go speak on state parliament. And I think in terms of, you know, raising things in terms of a notice of motion and in terms of things like that, it actually gives staff an opportunity to respond to things before they come up in a meeting. And I think that is a much better process than letting things become too emotional and to, I guess, people actually having an agenda they want to drive. While I do respect potentially the place that this is coming from, I think that council as a whole, you know, it does engage with community and it does really try to listen to the community, and that's been evident in a lot of the different things that have happened in the last, especially 12 months. So yeah, I support this rescission motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, you have a question?
I move that the motion be put.
Do we need a second for that?
I've got a.
No. I was going to speak against the rescission motion, but okay.
I need to close the debate.
You've moved that. Do I accept that to be put? If I don't put it to the motion meeting?
Yeah, so you vote on clause 925 on page 25. Yeah, so you put the motion.
Yeah.
So you actually, yeah. So
Let's clarifying the rules here. Thank you.
Yeah. So what councils will now do, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can, what councils will now do, they will vote on that the motion be put, and you'll vote yes or no. And if that succeeds, then Councillor Patterson will close the debate. If it doesn't succeed, you'll continue on with your debate, and then Councillor Patterson will close the debate.
Okay. Thank you. So for those who are in favour, you won't vote. Those who are against the motion being put, will you show that you don't want it to be put yet?
yeah.
So I'm just be careful. Clarifying everything, I think, Councillor Whittington, the motion is before us, that the motion be put. You can vote for or against it. If you vote for it, that's the end of the debate. If you vote against it and it's successful, then the debate will continue on. So I'll put the motion again. Is there any dissent from the motion being put? Just one. So we will now. I don't get to speak. That's how it works. Councillor Patterson, you can close the debate if you wish.
I know I can't ask any questions because my question would have been, what were you going to say?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for openness of speech.
Okay, in closing, it's been spoken about here today about representing the community. How do we represent? How do we get people to ask questions? How do they get them answered? You know, we've got questions on notice that's now put to council that community members can come and ask us as councillors. That can be put in front of the meeting, that can be on record that we've asked that question. It used to be, we used to be able to ask random questions on notice at the end of a meeting, and the council staff used to be like, what do we do now? We've got 65 questions. We've got to have them answered in a hurry. We dealt with that. So now to get a question, if someone in the community wants a question answered, ask a councillor to put it on questions on notice. That is in the business paper. You will get an answer. Number two, staff, as commented by the general manager, staff at the moment are very tied up in relation to the SRV, the end of financial year budget, etc., 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 etc. This is just a waste of time in this council. Far to a next election. Efficiency of time, effective decision making on agenda items, and having policies and procedures to conduct business and make decisions that we are elected to. We have policies and procedures, echoing Councillor Ring. And number four, to sum it up, we need to focus on business in front of council, make decisions on those matters and move forward.
Righto, I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent from rescinding the previous motion? That's 4, so 5 are in favour. The motion to rescind the decision has been carried. Thank you. Moving on to 11.3, it's a notice of motion by Councillor Riddington on crime. And would you like to move that, Councillor Riddington?
Yes, I would, please, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Riddington, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And I thank our communities and the victims of crime recently who have put this to us, to me in particular, especially at Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head. Over the last 2 years, I've raised this issue of an increased police presence, in fact 24-hour police staffing at Southwest Rocks, and an increased police presence in Crescent Head. Indeed, at the last Crescent Head community meeting, it was raised that maybe we could use, I think it was the old church ambulance station, thank you, Councillor Wyatt, for increased policing. I will just talk about two particular instances that happened to community members. I know there were instances over Easter at Crescent Head, but these are particular instances I know of personally. One home invasion occurred before Easter, and it occurred with perpetrators breaking into a resident's home using a child through a doggy door, and then allowing two other perpetrators inside the premises, one with a machete. Then the dog was barking, woke up the occupants, and then they were threatened with the machete. A car was then stolen, and out the front of the house, they were still threatening the residents with the machete. It was terrifying. They stole the car. The car was then retrieved at West Kempsey, but the key wasn't. And to reconfigure the whole of the car, it was going to cost between $5,000 and $6,000. So we've had instances also of the commercial premises being burglarised twice, apparently with the same perpetrators. I can neither confirm nor deny that. I'm not in the police. But they were captured on CCTV breaking into a business premises in Southwest Rocks. In fact, right next to the unstaffed police station. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what. So I've put this motion forward that we as a council, and I would really like a unanimous support on this, that we as a council, we write to Michael Kemp, and it'd have to be via you, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right. I think that's the most appropriate approach. Hello?
Yeah.
Yep, good. And the Michael Kemp, member for Oxley, Honourable Yasmin Catley, Minister of Police and Counter-Terrorism, the Honourable Chris Minns, Premier, to outline our community's serious concerns about increased crime in our shire. I know, Mr. Mayor, you're a member of the Country Mayors Association, and they now have put out an initiative for a review of regional crime, which I would really like all of us to lend our support to. We really want to work with government and non-government agencies to work with youth crime and the drug problem. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'd like to kind of open it up to committee as a whole, because I do believe other councillors have things to add to this. Would that be appropriate now?
It is, unless you just want to put it through to council and they give you 100% support.
I do, but I think there can be some other motions that may be of assistance.
More amendments. You can move the committee of the whole any time, councillor.
Oh, thank you. I would like to do that. And could I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Whoever. Thank you. Let's put Scott down.
Actually, I'll call who moved and seconded it. You've moved it. I haven't got a seconder yet. And I'm not looking for a seconder at this time.
Wow.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, I apologise.
Out of order.
That was out of order.
Apologise. Thank you. Yeah, no use calling out and trying to be the chair of the meeting.
I'm sorry. I
got
did
that-
apologise.
I had that job. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Patterson. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll continue on.
No, we have to vote.
Oh, are you trying to make me go mental?
Is there any dissent that we move into the committee of the whole? No dissent. We're now in the committee of the whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. It is a bit late in the day. Okay, so I really want to say that Michael Kemp did come up with a great idea, and we pursued it with the Local Government of New South Wales Association to try and form an elite group of peak bodies that represent all of the youth and non and government organisations in our area. We need, in the strongest possible terms, 24-hour police staffing at Southwest Rocks, because what happens, if you read my background, is that perpetrators appear to know when the police station is not staffed or the hours it's not staffed, and it takes probably 35, 40 minutes or longer, depending on where our officers are, to get out and to Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head to arrest or intervene with perpetrators. I'd also like to get a local government update on our request, which was a notice of motion we all voted unanimously to put to the conference in October, to which I don't believe we've had a response. So perhaps if we throw it open to other councillors, they might have some other really good ideas to go with this.
Thank you, councillor. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Bain and then Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Martin B, Mr Mayor, I would like to add 2 points, 6 and 7, which I've emailed through to Manager Thorogood last night. Encourage justice reinvestment strategies by advocating for increased ongoing funding of community services who are delivering diversionary programs to allow long-term consistent delivery, and to advocate for increased provision of drug and alcohol treatment services, including the opiate treatment program and rehabilitation placements. The reasoning behind that is so much crime can be driven by such a small number of people, and our access to opiate treatment programs, including methadone, Suboxone, buprenorphine, which support people to change behaviour on their addiction. At the moment, there are people out there who are wanting to change, who are not able to get access and are committing horrendous crimes, being driven by their addictions. And I'm not saying that's taking away their responsibility, but I'm saying that this is one way that we can significantly reduce crime in our community by advocating for those rehabilitation and treatment services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt.
I just want to ask a couple of questions. There is in town. There's like a DV monitoring committee, and then there's also a DV committee that the community service sector undertake. But the DV monitoring committee is a committee of the police. Is there something similar to crime for just like overall crime? Is anyone aware of?
No.
Through Mr Mayor, no. The police basically are the main people, I guess, in that area, and I understand that get these particular title. It's I'd say superintendent. I'm not quite sure that's right. Cribb, who oversees our entire region, certainly has meetings of that nature, and I know that he has been meeting with groups of young people directly in schools and things like that as well. But I don't believe that there's like a crime prevention or a crime committee as such that's actually led by the police.
Does council, do you ever get briefings from the police about sort of crime statistics or prevention or anything like that? Do they provide any briefings to council?
Yep. Yes, we do, and certainly what we've had is a very positive relationship with our local police, and we can meet with them at any stage to get those things. Most of the information they give you, though, is already available to the public on BOSCA. I mean, you can just access it directly from there.
So the inquiry there is, will council be making an input into that inquiry? The country mayor's inquiry review?
Yep. Through Mr Mayor, it's not an inquiry, it's actually a range of actions that the country mayors are doing. And we've actually already been, I guess, assisting with that by putting our name to it. There was the last country mayors, which unfortunately the mayor wasn't able to attend. Pretty well the entire focus of the whole meeting was around that area, where we had both government and opposition politicians. The police commissioner was present. So that is actually already happening quite actively.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'd like some consideration given to victim support up there. Victim support and business. So, individuals and business victim support. I'm not aware of any victim support programs in town through the community service sector. If anyone is, correct me, but yeah, I would like consideration given to, supporting particularly the victims that you've described, victim support.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Oh, I'm not finished.
Oh,
Can we put that as an amendment? Like, it's just to add in. You dropped off the two that Councillor Bain put up. I'll draft something in a second, send it to you. But I just wanted to, you talked about the Boscar statistics. So the crime statistics are out at the moment for the last 5 years. So there's two lots of reports. There's one for 2 years from 21 to 23. And then there's 2019 to 2023. Couple of sobering statistics is motor vehicle theft is up by 60% in 2 years. Break and enter is up by 5%. 11% in 5 years. Non-domestic violence, so that's not intimate partner violence, is up by 27%. Our council, Kempsey Shire Council, ranks 3 for robbery, break and enter, steal from a person and vehicle theft. So that's a ranking of 3. And that's benchmarked against all other local councils in New South Wales with a population of greater than 3,000. So top 3, not a good statistic. And that's also matched if you read the attachment to that with the country mayor's thing. And then there's another interesting thing about the recidivism is that on the Mid-North Coast, like young offenders under 18, 47% of young people reoffend within 12 months of going to court. So that's not working for them. And the offences that young people are committing is motor vehicle theft, steal, damage property, and break and enter. So there's clearly some work to be done in that preventative space for youth and what's going on for them there, and also the judicial system, what's going on there, it's not working. And I would just like, I fully support supporting increasing the community service sector resources. But I would also like just to acknowledge the victims here. So thanks, Councillor Reddington, for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
so that's a 0.8 that you're adding.
Yeah, yep.
You're looking at just putting it on 2.7, so advocate for increased provision of drug and advocate for increased provision of drug and alcohol treatment services, including opiate treatment program and replacement rehabilitation placements, and victim support services.
Maybe add it to number 6 because I think drug and alcohol should stand alone. Maybe add it to number 6. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Maybe add it to number 6. Victim support, add to number 6.
Programs.
Yeah.
Victim support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got some further speakers. You happy with that, Councillor White? But Councillor Patterson, you're still right to speak, and then Councillor Butterfield.
I'd like to start with G'day Mayor, not Burren Boo, as I was born in Australia, not Kiwi land.
Excuse me, I think he's trying to speak Dunghutti, Councillor Patterson.
I tried it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Very good. In this, there's been lots and lots happening around crime that I've been part of through council through 10, 15 years ago. And one of the big things is the major thing in this is the breakdown of the family unit. Because those people are out on the streets, and I'm out on the streets myself at night time fixing the break and enters, the firebombing at the noodle box on Friday night, the house, the break and enter into shops and the post office and all that sort of stuff. They're by people who don't want to be at home. They're by youths that don't want to be at home. So somehow or other, we've got to try to our state and federal members to help address that situation from infancy right through to adulthood, not deal with the issue when they're an adult, a young adult, because I think it's very, very much too late then a lot of times. But what I'd like to see is a little bit more a highlight of what the need is for policing out Crescent Head. It wasn't that many years ago, Crescent Head had their own police station. They had a police person there. I don't know if you would realise Gladstone's got a police station. Crescent Head's just about to get 100 more houses. What more could not highlight the fact that the need for a police station permanently presence out at Crescent Head. And the bare minimum for me until that could be arranged would be 24/7 during holiday periods, you know, because that's when the people come out to steal those items off holiday makers. And by chance, I actually attended a crime scene out at Crescent Head about 6 or 8 months ago where the people had stolen the car from South West Shocks, driven to Crescent Head, and then ransacked a number of houses, causing bodily harm to some of the elderly residents, and then continued on. So, you know, they know that there's no police presence out there. So I would like to somehow put it in here where you've got where are we? South West Rocks, an increased police presence in permanent police station at Crescent Head, and
Excuse
bare
me.
minimum 24/7 while it was being established.
Whack it
I
in.
know, how's that wording? How can we get that worded? I'm not a real good wordsmith. I can tell a good story, but I'm not a good wordsmith.
That's debatable.
Mr. Thorogood, could you help him out, please? No, Mr. Thorogood is going to try and, because you come again slowly.
Yeah, so it's just continuing on for requests in the strongest possible terms, the need for 24-hour police staffing at South West Rocks, maybe if you
And Crescent Head.
Crescent Head,
Especially in holiday time.
especially
Yeah,
holiday
but both-
times.
But I want 24/7. I don't care if it's both.
Yeah,
Put
yeah,
it in.
yeah.
I'm happy. That's why I raised this.
Yeah. The issue with a lot of people's problems with crime is their complacency, that they think that, you know, it's okay if I just left the door unlocked, or I've just left the keys in the car for a second while I go and pay for my fuel, or if I go and drop the kids off, you know. The opportunity is what a lot of them are out there looking for. The drug and alcohol treatment services is a good thing. I'm an advocate to say that, you know, drugs are illegal. I'm not an advocate to say that drugs are and any type of drugs, you know, that starts out with marijuana and goes up is anything that could be legalized because of what it leads to. But I'm an advocate in enforcing the laws, and also we should have a you know, this is getting a bit above our powers as a council, but we should have legislation that cracks down and doubles the sentences on drug dealers. Drug dealers are the cause for a lot of our crime. That's it.
Have we got that, Mr. Thorogood? I have an amendment as well, Councillor
Just leave
Whittaker.
it. Just leave it. Can I please have another go?
Well, could you hear my amendment first?
Yeah, go for it.
So I would suggest we, in point 1, we're writing to these people who have money decisions in their power to, after Honourable Chris Minns, Premier, to outline 1 or A, our community's serious concerns about increased crime in our shire. Then B, all of point 4, request in the strongest possible term the need for a 24-hour police staffing at South West Rocks at Crescent Head. So that's going in the letter. And finally, and request, this is C there, and request urgent full funding of a new central Kempsey PCYC. So the 3 things we're asking.
Mr. Mayor?
And I'll explain that, Councillor Saul. I've spoken to Inspector Burke, and he says that we need a new PCYC. He said it needs to be central to either end of Kempsey.
I agree.
And we need it to be in the line of the new PCYC that was built at Grafton. So, and it cost about $13 million. So it's nothing we can fund, but we need that urgent funding, and it's a request. So there are 3 requests in the letters to be sent.
Thank you.
You're happy with those?
Very happy. Thank you.
Can I just ask a procedural, please?
Yes, Councillor.
Just about the time of the meeting. What time we're going?
We have to go to 4
4, okay.
at the most.
Well, Can I please ask a procedural one as well?
You can. We're just trying to get these put in place.
It's not related to this.
Yeah, yes.
This is related to, I wanted to do a procedural motion to have a presentation from Councillor Wyatt on her report to the Australian Local Government Women's Association.
Yeah, that's the next item.
Yeah, but do you need more time?
That's, I was actually going to suggest that it get moved to the next
To
meeting.
May
So let's just finish the 15 minutes dealing with this and
move it to May?
and if everybody agrees, let's just move it.
Yes.
Hello.
Is that all right
Let's
with you,
move it
Mr.
to
Mayor?
the next meeting.
Yeah.
Let's move it to May.
We can complete this and we have time for her to give her report.
Not really. I was going to do a procedural motion that I want a full presentation.
To when? To next meeting?
Correct.
You would mean to defer it?
I do, please.
You're happy to defer it? Okay. But we can defer it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Right, thank you. So how are we going with that? Funding with New Central Kempsey PCYC and with the renumber, I know you've renumbered it, you're very quick. Did you catch what Councillor Patterson was trying to put in as well?
Yeah, the Crescent Head.
He has, yep. Right. Yep. Right. Yeah, happy with that. So we need to come out of the committee of the whole. You're moving that?
I'll move that, please.
Right.
Oh, hang on, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
Councillor Cole. But you could speak. You could speak in the open meeting again, but go on.
I was called by Kerry, so.
Come
Anyway,
on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I just wanted to ask, could we consider adding in part B, request the strongest possible terms, the need for 24-hour police staffing at South West Rocks, Crescent Head, and perhaps Stewart's Point or small villages? Is that possible to consider as well? Because, you know, we don't leave them vulnerable. I'm just thinking about it. That's what do you suggest?
They're not vulnerable.
Yes, I don't think it's possible. Let's ask the general manager to make a quick comment, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, you can certainly put it in, but it just simply won't happen. Not unless there's some pretty substantial growth at Stewart's Point.
Thank you. So we're now moving.
Oh, sorry. Now I have an amendment too. Sorry, just building on what Councillor Patterson said. So your 24-hour police presence for those two villages that's big picture stuff. Can we add there somewhere that as an interim measure that we really get a police presence at those two places during holiday time? I mean, those crimes, as Councillor Patterson said, the crimes at Crescent Head at holiday times are really escalating. And so is it possible to have staffing at those two holiday precincts in holiday time? Should we probably just increase rostering, I'd imagine.
Well, we're asking for a 24-hour police staffing.
I'm just, yes, I agree. But I'm saying that there's two issues. One is like 24 full-time, full stop, end of story. But as an interim thing, within their existing resources, can they increase their police presence at those two precincts in summer and peak seasons, holiday seasons?
Well, you could add another point there.
So like
Not writing to the
wouldn't be-
minister.
Huh?
What I'm going to say is suggest you write to the local superintendent of this police district.
I
And
have twice.
Ask for increased policing over holiday periods.
Okay. All right, we can add that.
You happy with that?
I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
Yes, it's a separate point that we write to the district superintendent of the police district.
Or we have an actual face-to-face meeting with him. Someone actually physically meet with him.
Well, the general manager meets with him.
Okay, right.
Increased policing at Crescent Head and South West Rocks during holiday periods.
Do I move now to go out of it?
Yes, please, and you've done that. So do we have a seconder? Councillor Butterfield. Must be the end of the day, Councillor Butterfield. Any dissent? We're in the open, council again. Thank you. Got a closed debate, Councillor Reddington, and when we put it to the vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. And I do apologise to you before it is late in the day. I get a bit off the planet. I'm really grateful to our police service and our wonderful officers that work with us. This is no means a reflection on them. They do their very, very best, and I'm very, very grateful for them. But if I can just close with a few stats, and I thank Councillor Wyatt for the Bosca thing. If we look at it, possession of amphetamine to go towards Councillor Bain's amendment was an increase of 32.1% over the 2-year trend, 2023. We have assaults increasing by 27%, domestic violence 25.8, trespass 13.5, fraud 65.2. But the most amazing one, I think, is receiving stolen goods 120% in the 2-year period. Our police do the very best they possibly can. I really am proud of the way all the fellow councillors have contributed to this debate and contributed to the amendments that I think have vastly improved this motion. I wanted to work together, and this is one example of us working together for the common good. So I commend this motion now to my fellow councillors. Thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. I now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent, unless that light's on for dissenting. No. I declare it carried unanimously. Thank you. And with a time of 5:02, do you want to present your? You move to defer it to the next meeting.
Can I just ask another procedure?
We need a seconder on that. We need a seconder. Councillor Bain seconds that we defer 11.4.
Can I please ask a question?
You may.
Thank you. At the May meeting, do I have to then do another procedural motion, or now to have a full presentation from Councillor White, not 5 minutes?
No. If you deferring it to the next meeting, she has the full time to.
I want more than 5 minutes.
It's not in the code of meeting practice, so I don't know how we.
But if I move a procedural motion, I think I can.
You can't overcome the code of meeting practice with a procedural motion. Because I can move a procedural motion, we have non-agenda items at today's public forum. So that it can't work like that.
Why?
Because you can't. You can't have the code of meeting practice changed by a procedural motion. Sorry. What would I suggest Councillor Wyatt would do if she's listening? She could talk for 5 minutes and have someone else speak for another 5 minutes, and that person could have words from Councillor Wyatt, and the presentation could include photographs. Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion before us. It's moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Riddington, that we defer 11.4 to the May meeting. No debate. Any dissent on that deferral motion? There is none. I declare that carried. And we have to now read out, before I close the meeting, the decisions taken in confidential, which we voted on at the beginning of the meeting. I'll ask Councillor Mr. Thorogood to read out that decision, please.
Thank you. Earlier, as part of the motions dealt with by exception, Council resolved to adopt the recommendation for item 12.1 legal matters. In that case, Council resolved that Council waits the report, and 2, delegates to and authorises the General Manager to do all things necessary to negotiate a positive settlement in the matter of Jaden William Smith versus Kempsey Shire Council.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. And before I close the meeting, I thank all my fellow councillors for again surviving democracy and the right to speak. And we have taken very good decisions here today. And I thank all of you for your participation. And I also thank the General Manager and all the staff for their timely advice. I now close the meeting.